I should have known you'd find yourself here, despite all my efforts. It appears you are guided here by fate. What a fascinating concept.
Right, so in the last session, you began being startled awake to the sound of bestial and ghastly noises coming from the form of Farrah, and her form twisted and distorted into a monstrosity that resembled a bear before lunging forward to attack you. Farrah immediately targeted Lancelot, and unfortunately, despite Osdred's and Pitch's best efforts, it wasn't enough as this awful creature struck him down. You managed to bring this creature down, and Farrah returned to her normal form, not remembering what happened. Tension was extremely high, as none could tell exactly what had just happened. Osdred and Nigel seemed particularly disturbed as they prepared for another funeral that came far too soon. You still had a mission to complete though, and so the iron will of the Iron Oath kept sturdy, at least for now. On the way, you spotted a series of standing stones that seemed to beckon to Farrah. Upon closer inspection, Farrah could tell that these carvings upon the stones were once ancient druidic writings that spoke of 3 powerful archfey that ruled this land, known as the Ladies Three. The carvings depict a huntress, a weaver, and a seeker, with this particular set of stones honouring the huntress in particular. Osdred got quite impatient with you all though, and had you push on hard after bypassing a crumbling watchtower. And not long after, you encountered a group of elves with tanned skin and mutilated ears. They initially thought you might be hostile, but soon realised you were not a threat. They were searching for a young Vistani girl named Arabelle, who had recently gone missing from the Vistani camp southwest of Vallaki. You then, finally, arrived at the gates of Vallaki. The guards seemed suspicious and untrusting, with a particular hostility towards Pitch. However, after a speech from Irina, they agreed to let you inside. They told you not to cause any trouble, warning you that the Baron does not tolerate those who stir malcontent, and also informed you that a festival, known as the Festival of the Blazing Sun, is set to take place in 3 days, and that attendance is mandatory. You made your way through the crowded streets, a stark difference to the quiet, empty streets on the village of Barovia. On the way, you spotted a toy shop, and you could not resist going inside. Inside, you met a toy maker named Gadolf Blinsky, and his pet monkey Piccolo. Probably the most friendly man you've yet to meet in Barovia, and he sold you a number of interesting toys, including a ventriloquist dummy that resembled Strahd that Osdred took to calling Mr. Moonbeam. He also agreed to make you a number of toys over the next few days. You then went to the inn, where you were treated to some tasty wine and delicious beet soup with a side of bread. You gathered rooms for the evening, and Osdred and Farrah briefly popped out so that Osdred could see the blacksmith, where he met an old half-blind man that seemed familiar with dwarves. Meanwhile, Pitch met an half-elf man staying at the inn known as Rictavio, a colourful character indeed, as he regaled you with a unusual story. Before you headed out, though, the owner and cook of the inn, a man named Erwin Martikov, approached you privately and warned you about the Baron's strict rules within the town, making sure to mention his brittle ego and to be sure not to upset this man or see yourselves in the stocks, or worse, suffer his brute of a henchman, the deformed Strahd. You then headed to the church to ensure it was safe for Irina, but were disappointed to hear that the father told you that this once hallowed ground had recently become unsafe. Someone has stolen the blessed bones of St. Andral, and only upon their return would the ground become safe once more. So, you agreed to help find these bones, starting with talking to a young boy living at the church named Jeska. Using Mr. Moonbeam, Osdred managed to get information out of the boy that you might not have been able to otherwise too. And he told you that the gravedigger Milivoj he told him about the bones. And so you had your first lead. You confronted Milivoj, and after some impressive intimidation from Neville, he revealed to you that the local coffin maker had paid him to steal the bones. And that's where we begin our session, having just finished up talking to Milivoj. What are you all doing? Let's start with Pitch. What are you doing, Pitch?
We've just finished talking to Milivoj. I think Pitch would be sort of looking to Neville in particular, with a slightly appreciative, respectful look on his face.
Mm-hmm.
To say, it seems you have your ways with people, Mr. Daggersen.
Well, once upon a time, believe it or not, I was a young lad myself, and sometimes you got to get tough to get the answers out of them.
Pitch, as you're talking to Neville, could you please make a wisdom saving throw for me?
Sweet.
That's a great score. Okay.
I didn't see any dice.
Yeah, I don't know why it didn't roll the dice for. I had this problem yesterday. I think it might be something to do with Beyond 20. Does everyone want to try rolling? Just roll whatever. It doesn't matter. But...
I'm gonna roll history.
Yeah, I was having this problem yesterday. We might have to go.
Oh, they rolled a dice though.
No, it didn't. That was for Anja and Kieran rolling a regular dice, not on Beyond 20.
I didn't specify.
Have they changed Beyond 20? Yeah, it's showing up all different in the...
Yeah, if you guys want to go into Beyond 20 on Roll 20, if you go to the top and then let's just try and figure this out whilst we're here together. Make sure you click on the Features and Traits panel and then scroll down and everything to make sure that's gone through properly.
Wait. Back up. Where's this?
Old man Kieran ain't what he used to be.
Oh, this. I found it. Okay.
Just looking through now and seeing why it's...
Never wrote. Oh, no. Use the Indian now.
Doesn't matter hugely, but I would like to have the dice roll if possible.
It's a bit weird. Can't see anything.
Might be because I'm... Hold on, let me quickly do something.
Oh, wait, I've got an idea, Lewis.
Yeah?
I'll go and walk deep, see if it does that.
Yeah. That'd be great, Kieran, thank you. If it doesn't work today, then whatever.
Oh, what date?
So it's definitely something to do with Beyond 20.
They've updated it recently.
Possibly, yeah. Maybe the Roll20's updated and it's not quite working properly.
Rolled some dice, I think. Let me do it again.
No, it's Stefan's rolled dice, yours didn't.
I did it on.
Oh, damn. Okay. I'll change.
Du-du-du-du-du. Let me try that.
Hey, Georgie.
See if that worked. No, that didn't work. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. It might be a case of we just don't have the 3D dice on for today.
Yeah, oh well.
Any luck with the old water deep Kieran, or?
Well, I'm on the sewer map, so it's taking ages to load. Look, okay. It does it on water deep too.
It must be a Beyond 20 issue then. Let me Google it.
It's discussed it in May. A while back.
Yeah, I can see the same thing.
When was the last time you guys played Waterdeep? Last
Monday.
Monday?
Yeah, it was working.
It was
then.
working then.
It was working like 2 or 3 days ago as well.
Yeah, mine stopped working yesterday. Because I was playing D&D with my other group yesterday. Oh well, we'll just keep playing for today, and then I'll look at it afterwards and see if it's still showing up in the chat, so I'm not too worried. Anyway, so yeah, Pitch, you made the wisdom saving throw. You're currently in the graveyard, so what are the rest of you doing?
Oh shit.
What's the old plan of action? So I will say that it's probably about 4 o'clock in the afternoon now. It is starting to get dark. You have been awake since about 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30. So it has been nearly 12 hours.
So I assume Osdred wouldn't be interested in going to this winery at this time.
Well, the winery is about 3 days' travel away, so...
Yeah, so it's a bit late, you know?
Yeah. The winery is about, from your map, Neville, you can see that the winery is probably about the same distance from the village of Barovia to Valaki, but maybe slightly shorter. It might take you about 2 days to get there and 2 days to get back.
Has this boy run off now? Is he gone?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, unless you're going to say anything particular to him, he will resume to his duties over here digging this hole.
Did I assume she heard what they said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so maybe we should find this coffin cellar tomorrow. It's getting dark already.
Yeah, head back to the tavern. I can't think of anything else that we can
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're heading back to the
tavern?
Heading back to the tavern? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when we get there, we can ask where it is as well. That might help.
Yeah, something like that.
Right, so I'll move you back to the town map. Bear with me momentarily. So, leaving the Church of St. Andral, you look around, reflecting on the short time you've already spent here. You have seen a variety of structures. Small houses made of rough wooden planks and larger buildings with wide wooden support beams bordering whitewashed clay. However, it is clear to the eye that the once pristine white walls are now yellow with age and neglect. On many of the buildings, the wood stain of the support beams has crept up onto them like a decay across a rotting tooth. You can see that many of the larger buildings have their second floors jutting out to the sides, creating an overhang above the cobbled streets below. And some even have wooden balconies and banisters. You take note once more of the many tattered banners, weathered garlands and strips of paper and cloth dangling from the eaves of almost every building. The sad remnants of once beautiful decorations, it seems. In the gutters along the streets you notice more discarded decorations, torn streamers, sodden pamphlets, and a forlorn banner that reads "All will be well" in rough streaks of red paint. Valaki's citizens have seemed not particularly more welcoming than those in Barovia village, bar a few individuals. Many continue to hurry past you as you walk through the streets, with their gaze averted, looking down at their feet, but most seem to watch you open-eyed, almost gawking at your presence. They seem tense and disinclined to engage in small talk. Everyone has seemed to be hurrying from one place to the next, busy with one thing or another. Having taken the time to appreciate the citizens of this new and unexplored town, you notice that the only people who are not in a rush are the town militia. These men and women patrol the streets in pairs, uniformed and armed with truncheons as well as swords. They squint their eyes at you in suspicion as they pass you by, their hands resting on their clubs, as if you might at any moment perform an act deserving of a beating. Many of these patrols are noticeable throughout the town. The cobbled streets are bordered with stretches of low-cut grass, but where there are open spaces between the house, the grass has grown wild and free and easily reaches up to your knees. These open spaces allow you to see all the way to the wooden palisade encircling the town. Sporadic clusters of trees stand amidst the tall patches of grass. Buildings crowd the streets on either side, their overhangs looming over you as you walk. And you think to yourselves that Vallaki is certainly far more populated than anywhere else in Barovia you've seen on your journeys. As you gradually make your way... Let me turn the... back to the inn. Back inside. Right, if you'd like to drag your tokens on here.
Where? It's pitch black.
It's here.
That's offensive.
Yeah. Bottom right, Stefan.
Oh, yep. Take it.
Of course, Irina and Ismark are with you. Following closely behind.
Yeah.
Right,
Well-
so... Yeah, carry on, Hannah.
I was just gonna say, well, maybe we should all have a drink and sit down at the bar for a while. I mean, it's still fairly early, it's just dark.
Oh, it's never too early to have a drink, guys.
She looks to Osdred. I'm sure you want a drink?
You're muted, Kieran.
Well, I just nodded anyway.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you make your way in as light spills out of the courtyard of the Blue Water Inn as the evening grows dark. You can hear a number of voices echoing out into the streets now, as it seems many have flocked here to drown their sorrows for the evening. Upon entering the tap room, you can see that the dull orange light engulfs you once more. Shadows cast upon the walls and ceiling practically engulf the light. And as many more locals occupy the premises on your previous visit. As you walk in, the barmaid gives you a knowing smile as you see Erwin make his way out of the kitchen, ready to serve a number of local patrons their delicious soup for the evening. He also carries a number of delicious smelling steaks for the many hungry patrons. There is currently no sign of the elf man you spotted earlier in the day. However, you do recognise the two burly, dour-looking men in the bottom right-hand corner, parked in the same spot that they were previously in the day. Amongst the crowd, it's hard to miss a pair of twins, dressed in fine, noble-looking clothes, and that makes them stand a cut above those that you've otherwise seen within Vallaki so far. They're clearly quite drunk, and occasionally shouting abuse, laughing, and making jokes at the expense of many of the other patrons. You hear an older, gruff-looking man call out to Erwin, and he says, "Hey, have you seen Pluto? Nobody's seen him in a few days." To which Erwin shakes his head and replies, "Maybe the wolves finally caught him on the way up to the lake. I warned him. He knows how dangerous it is." The other man looks worried for a second before Erwin gives a knowing smile and says, "I wouldn't worry. He's probably just drunk himself into a stupor again and lost his house keys. He'll turn up." This seems to reassure the man, and he smiles at Erwin for returning to his drink. The atmosphere is certainly the most lively you experienced in Barovia so far. Can Irina join you?
It's certainly busier in here than it was previously. She looks around.
How'd the rest of you react?
Makes me happy that we have the rooms already booked.
Definitely. You could be sleeping on the muddy streets of the town. That wouldn't be very fun. Just get to sit on the chair.
As you walk in, the two twins kind of turn and look at this colourful group of characters who's in the centre of the bar. They look to you, Pitch, and just one of them just looks at your reddish skin, and just starts sort of to chuckle under his breath, and then he says something privately to the other one, and the other one kind of lets out a really big hearty chuckle, and then just says, "Nice horns!" What the fuck, demon! Then
Farrah frowns.
Osdred's just going to slam his hands down on the table. He's going to get up and he's going to walk over to this guy.
Yeah,
Nigel
as you're walking over, they sort of point down, clearly very drunk. One of them points down and goes, "Look at this little one! Fucking hell, it's just one of them ones with the stories!" "Do you eat rocks, little one?"
He just ignores him and walks past.
Okay.
Farrah's gonna walk up to them. "If you've got a problem, maybe you say it to me."
Nigel's there, smacking his club against his hand.
They're kind of
Osdred wants to talk to this guy who he knows owns the tavern.
okay. He's just finishing up serving steaks, and he is moving his way back to the kitchen. And as you do, you kind of sort of touch him on the arm, and he kind of looks down. He's like, "Oh, hello. Nice to see you again."
He just gestures over to the drunk people. He's like, "I thought you said there wasn't meant to be any trouble here."
He kind of looks down for a second, almost looking slightly ashamed. He says, them. I'm afraid they are two of the 3 children of the esteemed Lady Wachter. Nikolai and Karl are their names. They are very boisterous, as you can see, and cause trouble because they can. You see he kind of leans in and trying to keep his voice down. He says, "The Wachter family is very powerful."
So the guard won't do anything at all.
He shakes his head. He said, "Even the Baron wouldn't dare to make a move against them. This rumour is, hundreds of years their family has had ties to the devil."
Is it is it these ones down here?
Nope. It's the two
No.
ones that look exactly the same in the middle.
Oh, this one. Or this one.
These ones on the table.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah, I didn't even notice those ones.
No. In my family, are they twins or are they just best friends is a running joke, because my mum once walked in on an episode of Pointless with literally identical twins and she went, are they twins or are they just best friends? She still doesn't get why it was done.
I love it. He kind of places a hand on your shoulder, Osdred, and just sort of nods, and he says, I hope if they cause you too much trouble, then let me know, but there's not an awful lot I can do, unfortunately, but they're harmless. Just leave them to it. And he kind of walks back into the kitchen.
Okay, he was about to say something, but
If you were about to say something, then he would have listened. So
he says, I guess racism tolerated in Barovia.
it's quite hard to show racism at all when there are only one dominant race here. Your kind is, all of you, in fact, quite the unusual bunch. We do not see many. Only once in a blue moon.
Well, I've heard that a dwarf used to reside here.
Not in my time, but long ago. There was Thimdall. Well, he died a few years ago, but he arrived before my time. Is what I meant. But apart from him, he mostly kept to himself, as far as I remember. He was quite an old codger.
It's just like, well, you can't do anything, then I guess we can't do anything. And he goes and sits back down.
Okay. He heads off into the kitchen. As you, Farrah, will cut to you now with Nigel as you kind of standing over them intimidatingly. They kind of look you up and down and quickly notice the weapons hanging around your belt, and Nigel in particular standing there with him in intimidating fashion, sort of palming his great axe in his arm. And they're just like, whoa, we didn't mean any trouble. It's for, you've got some fancy looking weapons on you there.
Well, maybe you keep it that way then, yeah?
Do you you're not from Valakir, take it? Well, of course you're not. You look at them, Carl. And he's like, Nikolai, shut up. It's like,
Well,
what kind of adventures you been on? I bet you. Have you killed any wolves? We spoke to some of the huntsmen. We were trying to talk to Yevgeny and Solzar over there. They've killed hundreds of wolves.
wait, what? Who's he talking
He
about?
points to the two grim, dour-looking men in the corner who you spotted earlier in the day, who are just kind of quietly sipping on their wine.
That's good to know, you two. Maybe just keep your comments to yourself,
He kind of laughs, like chuckles, and he's like, I bet you'd like that, love. And kind of...
Nigel would... Sorry, go on.
No, go on.
Nigel would, like, grab him by the bottom of the face and be like, "You're not talk her like that."
He kind of backs off and he's like, whoa. We're just having a bit of fun. It's all in good jest.
You keep fun to yourself.
Roll an intimidation check for me.
He's pretty big. Oh, it's +0. Great.
Oh, there's that variant rule where
Yeah,
use
you
strength.
can edge your strength, but not that it really matters because you did roll a 2. So
Yeah.
he kind of just laughs it off, and he's like, he's just too drunk to care, and they're just like, yeah, big man, and just sort of starts just starts sipping and drinking at his mug of wine once more.
Yeah. He's gonna walk away and come sit over here.
Yeah, she just gives him a bit of a glare and walks away. Well, I would have liked to have talked in here, but it's a bit crowded. Although those two maybe racist, but they did give me a little bit of information. And she points to those two. Those two have killed some wolves like us. Perhaps related.
Bismarck kind of nods and he's like, perhaps good to know if we ever need a guide beyond the village walls.
Yeah.
And if all of you, once Irina is safe, If you plan to help the innkeeper out here with the this issue with the winery, perhaps they might be good guides. Yes.
Well, perhaps, yeah. We may need a guide if they have any experience outside these walls.
Perhaps they will even be willing to accompany back to the village of Barovia once Irina is settled.
Perhaps, yeah. Well, perhaps we should eat now.
So at this point, you would have seen Irina kind of chatting with the barmaid up at the front, and then she kind of comes, sits down next to Ismark, and kind of with a bit of a kind of proud of herself look on her face, and she just says, "I told you so," to Ismark, and then Ismark just kind of gives her that kind of a like really kind of look, and then she kind of looks to you, Farrah, and she's like and then to Osdred, and she says, "The Mrs. Danica, the barmaid, and well, she owns the inn as well, apparently. But she said we can use the area outside by the stables near the outhouse for training if we want to. I was hoping maybe you, Miss Farrah, and you, Mr. Osdred, and she kind of looks to you as well, Helen. It's like, I've also seen you practicing your martial techniques. I was hoping maybe we could do some training in the morning."
Yeah, in the first thing in the morning. Sounds good.
She kind of has a big smile on her face with that, and you think that Irina probably seems the most at ease she has since meeting her, and she seems far more in her element than previously, when she seemed quite isolated in the village of Barovia in the Burgomaster's mansion. And it's hard to not notice a pitch you can spot just slightly creeping across Ismark's usually dour face is a small, proud smile that almost creeps up and then slowly kind of reverts to his stoic self.
Okay.
To be honest, I think we could all use a little bit of training to keep our skills sharp. She looks over at Neville. Particularly, Neville, perhaps you want to train with us?
Train? What would I want to do that?
Well, you need to learn to use those weapons, Neville. How are we going to survive out here?
These weapons, as he holds up his hands.
Well, Helen could perhaps help you with those.
Nah, I've seen that. She's good at what she does, but I can't do none of that namby-pamby shit.
I thought you were going to say, that's alright, but I've seen Fight Club.
Well, I was just thinking it might be helpful if you could join us in combat, Neville. If we ever get in a sticky situation.
Well,
I know you've been helping so far, but I mean more, efficiently.
I'll tell you, I've got my own set of skills, thank you very much. So if you want me to show you a few tips and tricks, I can.
Yeah, if you want to show me, we can join us in the morning, yeah?
Oh, no, nothing like what you lot do.
Would you want to show me then?
Well, I know people and getting money, certain tricks that some people might not notice,
Are you referring to your silver tongue, Neville?
Oh, well, some call it that, yeah. I prefer gold myself.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean,
So-
anyone else?
What are the rest of you doing? Osdred, Pitch, Nigel, Helen?
Pitch is eyeing up the two nobles and wondering if it's worth trying to win some money off of them, some gambling.
Okay, if you'd like to, you're more than welcome to try.
When Osdred came back to the table, he would have been like, it isn't worth messing with those two. Apparently they're involved in, their nobility.
My experience is that whilst it's not worth messing, Those who are drunk and distracted by these, and he taps his horns, often part with their gold on amicable terms. He
Apparently
fiddles with the dice in his hand.
They're also agents of Moonbeam, so
Hmm. Are they? What?
He didn't say they were agents. He just said they'd have a long.
that's what he inferred.
He said the family have old ties to Strahd.
Yeah, agents.
Mhm.
That's what he said.
Well, fair enough. As long as Kieran knows the difference.
He does now.
That's what he was.
I mean, yeah. I assume. I suppose Farrah's not really talking to Pitch, so.
Yeah, Pitch. What are you doing then?
You'll put his dice back away. He trusts Osdred.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing for the evening? Now you've got some time to sort of downtime to sit around.
Well, maybe we should all discuss what happened this morning. I've already spoken to Pitch about it, but the rest of you, I think it's important to know about the dream I had beforehand. So yeah, she's gonna gather everyone up. I assume everyone's coming.
Nigel is pointedly crocheting and ignoring you, but he is actually listening.
Yeah.
They want to make sure he gets himself a drink and then comes over.
Well, I didn't feel it was the right time this morning to mention it, but Moonbeam, he was in my trance. And then she's gonna just retell the dream to everyone.
Mm-hmm. And Farrah retells you of the tale of her chasing the dog through the forest and then coming across this sort of being of a beautiful quality, almost elvish in appearance, and then firing a bow made of light at the dog, killing it, and then seeing before her as Strahd struck out her heart, which appeared as a glowing green gem.
Of course, it may not be significant, but I can't say I've ever shifted during a trance before, let alone into the bear-like shape that you've described this morning.
Well, as long as it definitely only happens to you and we're not all going to start waking up turning into God knows what after a bad dream.
Well, this is the question that me and Pitch had this morning. We don't know. I mean, there's not much we can do about it that I can think of.
Well, no more cheese before bed for me.
Also, did you say that it was the monoliths, weren't they, that were related to the dream? Yeah.
Yeah.
So she had mentioned those as well. It might be good. Sorry.
What connection did she make?
It was the rocks, the big rocks. They were to the Fey woman in the dream that got shot by Strahd.
Oh.
So she had mentioned those, and maybe we should try and look into that. That might be, especially the weapon she fired in the dream. It piqued interest in relation to those cards that we had pitch. Wasn't it a sun touch something? I can't remember.
Pitch reaches for his folder with his Strahd notes inside.
Just like, not all this old shit again. We're going to trust some old charlatan in a tent.
Well,
Why do I feel like Osdred and Kieran overlapped then?
The man with the monkey came true. That seems an oddity in a place like this.
Well, apparently there are all oddities in a place like this.
I don't see how that counters my point.
It doesn't. I just said it.
Yeah, I mean, one thing of those came true. We could maybe expect the rest of them to
She
some
may have
kind of
seen,
fruition.
she may have seen the monkey in Valaki and put it into her reading.
Perhaps. I don't see the harm in being looking out for these anything related though.
Osdred just rolls his eyes.
What was it? Pitch? Was it
Okay, 5 cards. Sword of Sunlight.
sword?
Weapon of Vengeance. That was the 9 of Stars. So the right card was about power and strength. It was a Weapon of Vengeance. The Sword of Sunlight. It was the 1 of Swords. It used to be an Avenger. The left card was to do with history, knowledge of ancient history. It's the 9 of Stars, the Conjurer. And he saw a dead village drowned by a river and ruled by evil. The top card was the Force of Good, Protection, Master of Coins, Rogue, Nest of Ravens, which is with a prize. Oh, and the Sword of Strength. Sword of Sunlight lies in the dragon's house. Hands
okay.
once clean, now corrupted. Bottom card, one who will help greatly in battle. The Joker, man with monkey. More than he seems. Middle card, enemy is a creature of darkness. This card will lead to him. Dark figure on balcony looking down on broken land with a twisted smile.
So it was a sword of sunlight. What was it in the dream? A bow.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're different weapons, but still could be related.
Yes. I mean, now that we're sat in a tavern with friendly or less friendly company, it all feels quite melodramatic.
True.
It leaves me to wonder what our plan of action is going to be. Are we just following the next clue? What do we do once we have Irina settled and safe?
This is a good question. I've been trying to think of the answer. At the moment, we still don't know how to get out of here. There's mist everywhere, and we know that Strahd is the one controlling the mist. We still have to figure out how to get past that to get back. And then we have the issue of Neville's mission, which seems irrelevant, or, well, not irrelevant, but medium at this, mediocre at this point.
Well, it sounds to me like Strahd is behind just about everything here, so why don't we just go to the fella?
You've met him, Neville? He bit you. He's powerful. Do you think he'd just, if we stroll up to his house, he'd just say, "Hey, let us out, Strahd"? He's gonna do it.
I don't know. Make a deal with him?
Making a deal with the devil is not exactly kosher, Mr. Daggersen.
Well, neither is this place either. The sooner we can get back and deal with this werewolf problem, the better.
I can agree on that when he looks around.
Ismark kind of looks down and he's like, I have to agree with Mr. Osdred, Mr. Daggersen. There is no good that can come from dealing with a monster.
Well, I can't see any other alternative. He seems like a decent fella. Somewhat. Alright, he's a bit hungry, but...
You are free to do as you choose, Mr. Daggersen, but I would advise against it. And unfortunately, he kind of looks around at all of you. He's like, you may need to adjust to the idea of. I do not wish to be rude, but Barovia may, at least for now, be your homes.
Farrah looks down. That's what I feared. Looks like we're going to be together for a while, Neville.
But
That's why we should seek shelter and go to a vineyard, help out the innkeeper. Then at least we've got somewhere to stay indefinitely.
That's true. I think first we find these bones and help Irina, as we said. But I'm fine to do the wine afterwards, Nostred, if you like.
Yes, and I will be helping the local blacksmith, and maybe that will benefit us in some way. Keeping our arms improved, all that.
Yeah, perhaps. But yeah, for now, I don't like to look too far ahead. It seems unpredictable as far as I can tell. But for now, just we'll find the bones, we'll go to the winery, and see what happens from there.
Sounds like a good plan. I think Irina's safety is the most important thing to me, but and then I will have to head back to the village after I can ensure this, but this Valaki is not everything I expected, to be honest. Irina kind of looks down, she's like, it is certainly far better than staying at the village now, though, is Mark? And he's like, kind of just looks down, he's like, he nods, and he's like, yeah, indeed.
Seems more fortified at the very least.
At this point, you can see that the two noble boys sitting behind you, one of them sort of just lobs his mug at the wall, and he's like, "Hey!"
I love these guys.
And Danica kind of shakes her head and rolls her eyes and picks it up and she's like, "Be careful."
Yeah, so I think Farrah's just going to have a drink. Not an alcoholic one, just a water, I guess.
Okay, yep, they can serve you water for 1 copper piece.
Yep. Copper!
I hate places that charge for water.
And you would see she heads out to the well outside and after a while returns with a sort of a pitcher of water that you can share amongst each of you.
Wow. I'll have some water.
Yeah. Right.
What a...
Now the question of what I know. I know that everyone's expressed concern about me turning in my trance. So, anyone have any suggestions that's not a cage?
Duh. What if you just don't do this trance nonsense anymore?
What? And sleep. We don't know if that'll make any difference.
What do you usually trance about, Farrah? How is it different?
You would know,
I
Farrah,
don't know.
that your trance is usually just like a quiet, meditative experience that you almost, it would be just like sitting at the bank of a river and almost just listening to the sound of the water trickle down. You wouldn't usually... Someone's mic is picking up. I think it might be George's. Yeah, I think it's... Sorry, George. Thank you, George. Yeah, it's a quiet, meditative experience. This experience is... You basically never dreamed in your trance before. And this is like a shocking experience to you.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever dreamed in a trance before, Osdred. It was very unusual. Sleeping normally, I don't think it will help personally, but if it'll make you feel better.
Well, it makes sense to me. Normal sleep, normal dream.
Yeah. I mean, it would hamper the watches that we do.
We'll be fine. We're staying in now. We won't need any watching.
We should take watches, Neville.
What for? Don't you trust this place?
Not completely, no.
Oh, it's fine. Look. Sort of waves around to everyone in here.
Don't know anyone in here, Neville.
Nah, but, you know, they're all just having fun. They're good enough people. We're not out in them wilds no more.
You're too lax, Neville, for my tastes.
Ah, au contraire, my dear, you're not lax enough.
It will
Okay.
be Nigel, Helen, and Osdred in the room with you, Farrah.
Okay. Maybe just watch then. It should be fine. Or if it makes you feel better, Osdred and Nigel, I can wear restraints.
I'm
we've
not
made it.
sleeping in room with you.
Oh,
I thought she looks at Pitch. Did we not establish the rooms already?
Nigel, we sorted the rooms unless you want to.
Did we?
You did,
'Cause I
yeah.
don't
I
remember.
mean, I don't believe we got your express consent, so you could always switch with me if you wanted.
No, I not want her eat you either.
Well, Nigel, the idea is that if Farrah does change, the first person we want nearby to be strong and help stop her is you.
Okay.
It's probably
But-
less likely that Moonbeam will change her again in the middle of a city. He's probably going to save that for when we're on our own.
Quite possibly. But caution is best, so I think the arrangement of the room is fine.
It works out well, Mr. Daggersen, because it will just be you and I in our room. We cannot split a whole night of watching between us, so we will simply have to sleep.
That sounds quite alright to me.
Okay, so what are the rest of you doing for the rest of the evening? You've got some time.
Osdred's going to go help the old man.
You would have only been there like a few hours ago, Osdred, so...
Yeah, I know, but he wants to do work.
Okay, I will say it's about 6
Yeah.
o'clock now, so it's getting dark and you've been awake for 12 hours, so... You
He
still...
worked in the dark.
You can, I'm just saying. It's,
Farrah would tell you to be super cautious and be reluctant to let you go at night.
Osdred would be like, I'm going anyway.
I will say at one point throughout the night, you see the half-elf man return to the inn, head up to the bar and sit down and order a drink from the barmaid. He kind of he nods in your direction, Pitch, for a second, and in a flare of recognition, but otherwise doesn't say anything in particular.
Yeah, Pitch is thoughtful, but
Hmm.
he doesn't know what he wants to ask him.
Okay, so Osdred, you're heading off to the blacksmith.
Yeah, you don't have to roleplay. He just wants to help out, do some basic jobs for him.
Okay, yeah, we'll say then whilst you're there, he would have asked you to, if you want to, you can sort of hammer out some pieces of iron he's made and sort of scrape some of the rust off of his older pieces of armour that he's scavenged. Not personally, obviously, but the puntsmen have scavenged and brought to him. And sort of fashion some pikes and stuff like that. If you want to roll a... what would be a good ability for this?
Smithing tools.
Yeah, if you're proficient with them, I assume.
Yeah.
Roll a... let's just say... intelligence check with your tool proficiency added. Okay, yeah, you do a decent enough job. You're not the finest craftsman ever and the finest blacksmith, but you're a person who just gets stuff done and does it to a decent to sort of good fashion. So they're pretty much the same as what the blacksmith himself has been capable of doing. Not artsy crafty, but very reliable work.
Mm-hmm.
DM,
Mm-hmm.
when Pitch spoke to Rictavio before,
Yes, indeed.
did he ask him about where he's from?
I don't think directly, no.
Yeah, I don't have it written down.
No, I don't
There we
remember
go, then.
directly.
There's a question. So yeah, he wouldn't rush over. 'Cause, he wants to play it cool, but half an hour or so after he's come in, Pitch would move up to the bar as well.
Mm-hmm. And he's still sitting there, sort of nursing a small mug of wine. And
God, stop cock blocking me, Farrah. God damn it.
I'm assuming, by the way, that you're all sat around the table, so don't worry too much. In fact, let's just say for the sake of this, we just slightly shrink. your
Oh,
guys'
Neville!
tokens. Just so you can...
Yeah, that makes more sense.
The only thing better than Neville is Tiny Neville. Borrow a
That, I
Neville.
feel like that's what Neville calls his penis.
Tiny Neville.
It's just... It's going to take me just a few seconds, but maybe this will make it a bit easier visually for you all.
You like highlight all and then do it in one go.
I don't think so, no.
That's much too complex.
Yeah.
While she do that, I'm gonna go.
That's fine, yeah.
Make sure you get Osdred as well, so he doesn't come back and he's like, "Dear God,
Everyone has shrunk.
what happened?" I have to keep reminding myself that everyone else is like normal height, and then it's just Osdred.
Yep.
Like if you had a camera panning along the line of everyone, it'd be like, yeah. Duh.
No, that and Nigel's like massive.
Oh yeah, true. Like a heartbeat, up then down. Join us, Irina.
Straight as well. I think that's everyone you can see right now. Yeah, that'll do.
E.
Makes it a bit easier on the eyes for everyone.
Yeah.
So yeah, you sit down next to Rictavio. He kind of looks over at you and he goes, "Ah, the prodigal son returns, I see, to learn from the master."
Yeah, something along those lines. Have you had a productive day?
Always a productive day with Rictavio, my friend. What about you?
We are here now, somewhere that is warm and sheltered. Take that as being productive.
Never take such a thing for granted, my friend.
Is it something you're used to, traveling around?
Well, the carnival and me travel around all the time. You gotta entertain folks, you see? All kinds of places.
Is this just within Barovia?
No, I originate from the Sword Coast myself.
Oh, whereabouts?
All over the place, really.
Sorry, just scribbling the same. And you met the carnival there?
Well, I run the carnival. I am the carnival.
I apologize. You started your carnival there.
Indeed, yes.
Did you ever play Waterdeep, Neverwinter?
Certainly. I've been to Baldur's Gate, even. Mirabar.
What is your impression? Is there a preferred place to play?
Waterdeep's quite a fun crowd, but they're a bit loutish. Quite like Neverwinter myself.
I have to ask, how did you end up here?
Well, you hear stories of such a place, and you know, you just want to travel the world. I want to make sure everyone's entertained, so I've set out looking for such a place, really.
This is completely the opposite of our own story. We had not heard of it, nor did we look for it, and yet we find ourselves in the same place as you.
Well, sometimes that's the best thing about adventure, isn't it? You just walk out, one foot in front of the other, and see where the road takes you.
I suppose. I worry sometimes. But you said you heard of this place.
I
May
did
I ask
indeed.
from whom, or from what, or where?
Wasn't a who or a what exactly, just rumours, you know. People going missing and such folks. Didn't know exactly what the place was, but thought that if anyone can use Octavio's charm, it's a place beyond. I like to think of myself as a bit of explorer, you see.
Amongst other things, of course.
Of course. And he kind of winks.
And have you been back out of this place before as well?
I have not, no. This is my first time being here.
Ah,
These lovely people
see.
are still yet to experience the charms of Rictavio. I will say one thing that's about this man that you would have noticed before that's not in the picture is that he is wearing quite an unusual sort of like not like a top hat, but it's like a sort of like quite high, like almost like a Slash would wear, if you know that kind of top hat. Yeah, that kind of like little top hat.
Like a proper ringleader's hat.
Yes, exactly like that. Yeah.
Amazing.
I couldn't find a picture of the ringleader hat.
Yeah, I can imagine that being difficult. Well,
Just use Slash.
Should have just used Slash and knew it.
I don't mean to worry you. We have heard the tale that people cannot leave unless it is permitted by the Lord of the Land.
He kind of looks down. He's like, I have also heard these rumours. I'm sure it's just baseless stories. If there's a way in, there's a way out. That's what I always say.
If a small creature sees a morsel of food on the ground and it scurries towards it in amongst the metal bars, only to hear the sound of metal clanging behind it, and it is now in a cage. There was a way in, as the hunter permitted it, but there's no longer a way out.
He smiles. He's like, I like you, friend. You're wiser than you look.
It's kind of you to say.
I feel like I'm at a disadvantage, though. I know such little about you, and you're probing me with all these questions. You seem to take a particular interest in me, so please tell me about yourself.
It's rude of me. I was a village boy, believe it or not, back in the day. Family is a long line of... He kind of like loosely gestures to the horns in the skin and such.
He nods.
We've had trouble in the past and the present, and so my parents moved us to, I think it was Waterdeep, to Waterdeep. A very different experience. The city held opportunity for me, some wonders that would distract from my own appearance, but there were still people who would take unkindly on occasion. But
I tell you, he leans in, he's like, I'll tell you what, once in Waterdeep, you couldn't believe it. The size of this Minotaur, it was tall as a building. Couldn't miss it. It was absolutely incredible.
It is a city of extremes, to be sure.
Quite indeed.
But one thing led to another. I grew up mostly in the city and found myself, I would say, finally at rest and at home with these people and more. He gestures to everyone around the table.
He kind of looks over and he's like, well, I have to be honest, but don't seem like the most friendly bunch.
You would...
Seems, I got an eye for these kind of things, but you know, it seems to be a little bit of a a tension in the air?
We've had a rough few days, I think it is fair to say. We've experienced some things which are new to all of us, and haven't been all warm taverns and good company.
Well, hopefully now you're at this lovely place, it'll your days will brighten.
I have hope.
These folks certainly do love a good story. And he kind of looks around, and the people is like, "Oh, might as well while I'm here." And he sort of stands to his feet, and he kind of brandishes this kind of old like lute from his back, and he just strums it. It's kind of like quite out of tune, and he's like, me. He's like, "Ladies and gentlemen of the Blue Water Inn of Valaki, I'd like you all to get to know my good friend." And he kind of looks to you. He's like, "Pitch, was it? Yeah."
Yes.
My good friend Pitch. Me and him are going to tell you a wonderful story of faraway places beyond. The tale of a city of Waterdeep. They say that down in Waterdeep they hold incredible fights between all kinds of folks in huge stadiums. All sorts of folk come, they gather round, and they gamble away all their money as they watch different competitors fight it out in battles to the death. And then some people kind of look around, they're like, and you see these two over here are like, "Way to the death!" Other people, just these two in particular, just kind of and just go back to their wine. He's like, and he goes on and regales them with a story of the fighting rings of Waterdeep, and kind of occasionally he'll look down to you and ask for a little bit of input, which I assume Pitch would probably just react a bit. How would Pitch react? Tell me.
I actually think Pitch would get swept up in it a bit,
Yep.
just because it's been such a journey of extremes of emotion for him so far, and like with the Vistani, he's finding that when he does find comfort, it's important to grab onto it. So I think he would embellish, and also he would use some spellcasting, low, like cantrip level. He'd do some dancing lights, and also prestidigitation to make little images of minotaurs and fighters appear in his hands and such like that.
This would definitely attract the attention of people as they look on, like really impressed, but also quite fearful. And they kind of like, some people back away. You would see this woman in particular here kind of like gets up and leaves.
Oh, okay.
I'm imagining this guy playing like the final countdown on the lute.
He is not that talented with the lute, I'll say that much.
No.
He literally strummed it once and then sort of chucked it back on his shoulder. I will say also, Pitch, you would notice that, because I'm not going to try and do my best to improvise a story of Waterdeep beyond that. But he massively embellishes the details. He over-exaggerates everything. He talks about, like in the story of the fighting rings, he'll talk about like all kinds of different races, but some that are completely just made up. So,
yeah, Pitch wouldn't contradict him or anything. He'd
Yeah.
probably just go along for the ride.
So yeah, you spend the next few minutes, and he sort of afterwards he's like, thank you, and a few he gets a few claps, especially from these two here, are like, "Hey!" And others.
How does everyone in the group react? Do they
Yeah,
clap? Do they
clapping.
not?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's
What's the walls and stuff made of? It's wood, isn't it?
It's more like there's wooden like you can see like horizontal like wooden planks sort of heading along most of the walls.
Okay, no, fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah, she's clapping.
So after a few moments, he kind of sits back down and he's like the use of magic in your storytelling. I'll have to adopt that one.
You have the ability?
And he kind of clicks his fingers, and like a little bit of light kind of stems from his finger. And he's like, It's that's about all I can do. But just picked this one up a few years ago.
It's a beginning. I hope you can see that. And he's like nodding to the group. The reception was warm from my friends.
Indeed, it seems like they quite supportive of their good friend. As a friend should be, of course.
Of course. I couldn't help but notice. Woman seemed fearful. Is there fear of spells, magic here?
You know what people are like. You start throwing things around and spook some people. Like I said, I haven't tried it myself, just been regaling them with my incredible tales.
They certainly are incredible, yes.
All true, you know.
I wouldn't doubt it for a second.
Kind of smiles at you.
Why don't you come join us?
Roll a persuasion check.
Oh.
He smiles and ooh, who's got the aura on? Oh, there we go, it's gone. He kind of smiles at you and he's like, sure, why not? And he kind of follows you over to the table, and Nigel kind of shuffles up and he sits down. By the way, I learned if you hold down Alt, it won't snap to the grid. So you can position yourself where you want.
That's fucking huge.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus. Oh, we make a beautiful little flower now.
He kind of sits down and he's like, find myself at a disadvantage, Mr. Pitch.
Of course. This will be quite the introduction. This is Nigel.
Hello, Mr. Knight. You're quite a big one, aren't you?
Say hello, Nigel.
Hello, Nigel.
He's the
like,
best.
He kind of bows in a dramatic fashion. He's like, pleasure to meet you. I love the wig.
What wig?
Never mind.
This is Ismark. We only met recently, but we are firm friends already.
He kind of Nismark kind of nods to me. He's like, good to meet you, and your name? He's like, of course. My name is Rictavio. Some may refer to me as the Grand Rictavio, but Rictavio is just fine. He's like, good to meet you, Rictavio.
This is Helen, our resident martial artist.
Oh, and a beautiful woman. A martial artist, you say? How fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
Quite the talker.
Moving swiftly on to this is Farrah.
Yeah. Nice to meet you. And she holds a hand out.
Rictavio will take her hand and he'll take it and then sort of like you would a lady, and then says like kisses you on the hand. He's like, my lady.
No need for my lady. So we'll be seeing you around?
Well, if you're staying at the inn, I guess we're the only patrons renting rooms at the moment, so I suppose we will.
Oh. See you tonight then, I suppose.
Well, I got my own room, but
Well, she shakes her head.
This is Irina.
And again, he like takes her hand,
Sister of Ismark.
and she kind of looks slightly kind of uncomfortable for a second. She's like, "Hello, Mr. Rictavio. I enjoyed your story." And she's like, "Well, a fan in the audience, you say?" "No, I'm glad you enjoyed it, my dear." And he kind of smiles and then turns to, and he looks at Neville and he's like, "Nice pipe, mate."
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you, Rick. Neville.
Nice to meet you, Nev. Quite a team we'd make. Rick and Nev go on the road. It'll spice up everyone's lives.
Well, something like that.
You're gonna win.
And we are absent just one friend.
The little one, yes?
Osdred. Yes, I maybe wouldn't refer to him in those terms.
I do apologise, I do not mean any offence. I just calls it as I see it, you know?
Of
But he's
course.
not wrong.
I may be wrong myself. Maybe he wouldn't take offense at all. He is a calls it as he sees it man himself.
Most dwarfs are, you know. Again, don't mean any offence by that, but...
No, I think he'll be happy just not to be assumed to be eating rocks.
I have to add one back to the book.
Bismarck cringes. Is Osdred short for a dwarf, or is he just sort of average?
Don't know. Kieran, is he short for a dwarf, or is he pretty average?
Let me have a look at the character sheet. He is 4'6".
Which I think,
So
I think that's fairly average from what I remember.
Yeah,
Let's have a look.
it might be even slightly taller.
Yeah, it is slightly taller actually. Most are about 4 feet, so he's actually quite tall for a dwarf.
He's a tall
Well,
dwarf.
You are welcome here. We
Yeah, he takes up a seat, like pulls one of the bar stools over, so he's kind of awkwardly sitting all over, like quite highly over all of you, and he's like, maybe I should grab one of the chairs, and he goes back and pulls one of the chairs from over here and kind of joins you, and he's like, well, this is cozy.
You just enjoy the night, I suppose.
My friend Pitch here tells me you came here by mistake or something.
Well, we were searching for something as part of our mission, but yeah, I guess you could say we stumbled across this place.
What kind of mission are you on?
Well, Farrah doesn't know how much to tell him.
It's up to you.
It involves creatures, I suppose.
Bloody werewolves, mate.
I like anthropes, all kinds of horrible ones you get. I've heard you can get were-rhinoceri. Any heard of them? I did see one once. Horrible. The man, he like you've seen the rhinoceros skin. It's so thick and armor-like, and then the man, when he transforms, he grows this awful horn, and his skin becomes like the armor itself. It's quite the sight to behold.
Can I do an insight check?
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry.
I will have him roll.
Maybe Farrah's werebear. She turned into bear and killed my best friend.
Oh my god.
Like cringes.
That's the bit where Pitch grabs his shirt and his neck.
yeah,
and
Pitch tugs at his his collar. Ooh.
Farrah just looks away. She's upset.
I'm trying to remember what he said. Did he say he had seen one himself?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, whether or not he's lying or not. Fuck.
You get the impression that there's definitely some exaggeration. It's not with that role. It's not like you're like he's definitely telling the truth or anything. It's just you're not entirely sure of like the accuracy of if there were rhinos, even if exist, and even if they do, you're like.
Maybe it's not from his first-hand experience, but maybe he heard about it or something.
Exactly. Yeah, it's that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like even if he is telling the truth, and it's probably some embellishment to it, but
Yeah.
you're not like he's definitely lying or anything.
He saw it as he ran for his life a mile away.
Yeah, you get the same impressions you would as Stefan is right
Yeah.
now. Like you
Yeah.
don't get any like visual cues that he's lying or any kind of signs that like
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Well, that was quite the story.
Well,
Rhinos.
I'm full of them, you know. So you're hunting werewolves, you say? Quite the
Well-
grisly task. Would have
She
been a
looks a
funny
little bit-
joke if it was about werebears, but you know.
Well, yeah. Farrah shuts up again.
Yeah.
Well, the problem we're having is we just don't know where to bloody find the damn things. All we've heard about is this Strahd fella being involved, but no one seems to want to go near him.
Well, I've heard he's quite a tricky customer, so maybe avoid that one if I were you. Maybe this mission, you know, maybe it'll turn up in time. Who knows?
Well, time is money.
I'm sure someone around will know where to start looking.
I think the werewolves are off the table for a little while, Neville, especially if they're related to Moonbeam.
I'm gonna say they're quite powerful beings, werewolves as well. He kind of looks around at all of you. He's like, "You sure you're all ready to take on such creatures?"
Probably not at this point, considering who they belong to, anyway.
Yeah, and you're all kind of a bit covered in mud and looking, considering you've been sleeping rough for like 3 days. You don't.
That's a good point, actually. Do they have a bath?
Yeah, they would have a wash basin, in
Cool.
It's in the outhouse out here.
Cool.
So you're kind of sitting around, kind of awkwardly, kind of looking at you. He's like,
Pitch would cut in if it was
Yeah.
getting awkward, and he would fill the space with starting to talk about some of the Oath's past missions and exploits.
he kind of sits in there interested, especially the Gorilla's story is quite fascinating to him. And he kind of he kind of like comments some of his own little things here and there about like again kind of fantastical bits of information that kind of either if you're Nigel, he's kind of like, oh, that's amazing, but if maybe the more insightful ones like Neville are a bit like, yeah, he's bullshitting or whatever. And,
I suppose Neville's paying attention to these stories as well.
Well, I'm trying to think. This wouldn't be the first time he'd heard them, would it? I swear they covered it when they
some of
first
them,
met
maybe.
in Daggerford.
You might have asked for our portfolio.
Yes, your CVs, please.
Yeah.
Bold of you to assume that he can read.
Shut up.
so
Yeah,
you,
well, in that case, then Farrah would also mention like the other members, like if Selfie Photo were here, she'd certainly paint us in the best of light at the moment.
Selfie Photo, what a weird name.
It suits her well.
Probably some kind of portrait artist with that kind of name, yeah?
On the nose. Well done.
I got an eye for these kind of things. So you kind of chat on into the night, and after some time, Osdred, you would certainly return from the blacksmiths. Probably about, I would say, how long would you want to work there?
About 3-4 hours.
So it would take you to about sort of 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
As you head back through the streets, you would notice, Osdred, that the streets are now almost entirely empty. Sort of the banners and tattered sort of bits of sort of flyers and stuff like that are sort of just moving in the wind, and the rain starts to pick up as you walk through the streets. Not particularly heavy rain, but it does sort
When
of...
it starts raining, he's like, oh, fucking sky water.
As I can imagine, I was just sort of running his way back through the sort of cobblestone streets.
Yeah, he's not like running because he doesn't want to look vulnerable. He's sort of like walking at a quick pace so he doesn't look like an easy target.
Yeah, of course. But you soon find yourself back at the inn, and rejoining with the group. And as you enter, you see the colourful-looking half-elf bard. Yeah, quickly adjust your...
Oh,
I think he's gonna like he sort of sees that guy's there, and he's like, and he's gonna like try and sneak past the group to go up to his room.
Well, actually, you would know, Osdred, that the stairs are actually outside to go up to the room, so you could probably duck in and then duck back out.
Yeah, that's what he'd do.
Yeah, I think
He's read that guy's story, and he doesn't want to get involved in that again.
Roll a stealth check for me, Osdred, just to see if
Oh,
everyone else...
Yeah, Osdred, roll a stealth check.
3.
So yeah, you would all notice Osdred as he kind of comes clanking in, and then kind of like looks awkward, and then kind of just like moves back out.
He gets a very awkward wave as he goes.
Are you going upstairs, Osdred?
Yes.
You look like a wet rat.
Just sulks off.
Well,
You're right, Pitch. He is little.
Well, at least he's clean. And she looks down. I probably need to do so as well.
So I'm assuming for the evening you would all have ordered food and drink.
oh wait! Sorry, Farrah just reminded me. Pitch would have taken his time to cast prestidigitation on people and to clean them up, because that's part of what you can do.
Fantastic.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, you would not need to use the wash basin as...
What does that look like?
I don't know. It says
It's like
You
scrubbing in the air.
you instantaneously clean or soil an object no larger than 1 cubic foot. So
Do it to Neville.
don't mess with me, or I'll make you look like you shit yourself.
Love it.
Such power.
So yeah, he would have cleaned everyone.
Cool.
So I'm assuming you're all having drinks and food for the night?
Yeah, Farrah's
Free.
gonna
It would.
cast Goodberry just for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so you could get some soup with your
So
room,
every day.
obviously, so there's no problem. Any drinks you would be having would cost you, so you could either have the more expensive wine, the Purple Grape Mash No. 3, not the more cheaper wine, sorry, or you could have the more expensive Red Dragon Crush, which would be 1 silver piece. So if you want to take away how many glasses you think you'd have, if you have any over your Constitution modifier, then please let me know, because you'll have to start rolling for drunkenness checks.
Yeah, I've got 0, so
Okay.
Farrah's gonna just have water, I think.
Yep.
So
Anyone else?
two more waters.
drinking water.
Pitch will have a couple, but that's within his con modifier.
Yeah.
But how much would it cost me? He'd have 2 of the cheaper ones.
Cost you 3 copper pieces each, so 6 copper pieces.
How do I find out what's within my... Sorry.
Look at your Constitution modifier, which is the plus number underneath Constitution.
Nigel would drink loads.
+3.
So yeah, you could have 3 kind of cups of wine before you even need to start making checks. Nigel.
Yeah, he wouldn't have any more than that, I would have thought.
Yeah. So yeah, either take away 3 silver pieces or 9 copper pieces, depending on which kind of wine you had.
So what am I rolling for this con then?
How many are you having?
Just a couple.
Okay, let's quickly have a look.
So that's 2 silver for the more expensive one.
Okay, roll a con save for me, please, Neville.
Just the one.
Roll 1 first, and then I'll see if you need to roll this.
Okay.
You make the first one, and then make another one. Okay, so on the second round, you would be basically considered tipsy. So for the next the next 4 hours, you've got advantage on charisma-based checks and saving throws.
Nice.
Is it long rest time?
So as it gets later into the night, at some point, Rictavio, after listening to your stories of the Iron Oath and regaling with a few fantastical ones of his own, he will get to his feet and says, "Well, I've got an early start in the morning, so I bid you all adieu." And he kind of bows dramatically, his lute kind of sort of falling down to the front of his thing, and he kind of catches it and kind of swoops it back up and throws his cape over his shoulder, and then kind of holding his hat as he does, and then good night all, and he heads off.
Good night.
Up these stairs up here, and then I think Farrah and Helen, you'd be able to see him just walking along the balcony that's up here, and then heading into the room that is there's a room like directly at the end of the balcony, so it would be like above but up here, and he would pull out a key, and you'd be able to see him just fiddling with the door, and then unlock it, and then let himself in, and then you would hear a click behind as well.
Cool. Yeah. Perhaps we should do the same. Yeah, you can see that Farrah's like knackered as well.
Yeah.
Exhaustion.
Yeah, Pitch wants to head to sleep.
Yep.
Okie doke. I'll move you up to your rooms. Bear with me.
You better not snore, Neville.
He is a massive snorer,
Yeah,
man.
Fuck. Cast silence on him.
Exactly.
We had to move Sean into the other hostel room because he just kept everyone awake.
Jesus.
There was one night, apparently, where it was horrific. Not that Lewis is much better, but...
Oh god, not Lewis snoring.
Like, can't compare to my snoring.
No, yeah. When I slept in the bath, Jesus.
That was great. That's one of the most delirious nights I've ever had.
What did you sleep in the bath for?
Just to try and get away from Lewis.
It's funny, then.
So I think Farrah's going to go sleep first because she's knackered. So.
So, are you guys taking any precautions with regard to Farrah sleeping or not?
Well, she'd have people stay up and watch. So it would be whoever's on watch that would stand at the door, sort of thing, like that. So,
okay. So who is going to take watch then?
Nighty boy will do one.
Osdred will, because he's paranoid about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Farrah will do the last one, I suppose, unless Helen wants to do it.
Yeah.
Well, I think they're watching over you mostly.
Yeah.
So, I will say throughout the night, each do a perception check for me now, quickly. I'll say Nigel's going first, then Osdred, then Helen. Okay. So, Nigel and Osdred, you notice that Farrah sleeps pretty quietly. She doesn't tend to sleep much in general. She tends to trance. So it's probably the first night of actual sleep she's had in
for a
long time, because elves don't tend to need sleep, so they kind of have to force themselves to if they want to. So she would be almost like an incredibly light sleeper, just kind of laying there and kind of being just resting. You would also be able to hear from the bar below that a number of the patrons leaving for the evening. Let me just quickly... At some point you'd hear some ruckus outside as you'd hear both the twins, the Wachter brothers, sort of head out and causing a bit of a ruckus and kind of like singing a bit of a song as they kind of head their way out. You would also... Apart from that, though, it seems a pretty quiet evening in regards to everything else. At one point, you would hear Osdred, both Danica and Erwin head up to bed. And they would kind of come... They would, like, sort of, not check in, but they would kind of just sort of... If you were watching by the door, they might give you, like, a wave or something. Just quickly move them up as well.
Oh, you'd hear them, Osdred. You'd hear them all night long. Erwin doesn't just make pea soup.
No, God.
Erwin fucks. Just... Wait 1 second.
You have to get you a new mouse, Liz.
Yeah, sorry about the creaking. It's just so awkward to have to move too much. Righty-o. Okay, with that, bear me 1 second. Helen, you also, you were doing the last watch. You can hear the inn quiet now, and occasional the creaking of floorboards, but nothing seems. And Farrah herself is very quiet. Doesn't seem to be any risk of her turning. So, Osdred. Give me 1 second. Let me get my notes up. After your watch, Osdred, you... Give me 1 second. There we go. Osdred, as you finish your watch and you wake Helen for hers and you get into bed, you find yourself in a strange state of lucidness that, as you sleep, that is quite unfamiliar to you. You've had nightmares since you were young, but you've never had a moment of slumber quite like this one. You feel as if you are swimming through the void of your own mind, trudging through harsh swampy waters, and barely managing to wade through them. And then, within a moment, you find your feet are walking along smooth flagstones. You find yourself becoming drowsy, and the temptation to shut your eyes becomes almost unbearable. You take a deep, deliberate blink and reopen your eyes to find yourself within a long corridor made of flagstone. It seems to travel as far as you can see before being cast into darkness. Behind you, you look down and you see a deep hole. It looks unnatural and as if it were dug by some harsh creature. You stare into the hole and you feel as if something is staring back at you. Not for long, you begin to hear a noise. It'll just take you to the next one.
Hey Georgie, wanna play a game?
I think this map might be on. I assume all you can see is black, correct?
Yeah.
There we go.
Ooh.
Osdred, if you'd like to place yourself here.
The
Next to the
fuck?
hole. Next to the hole.
Yeah.
What?
You don't get to say what the fuck, Steph, after the sound you made that I'll never forget.
True.
What?
So,
Enlighten.
sorry.
So creepy. I love it.
Osdred, as you look deeper into the hole, you begin to see a very large humanoid figure begin climbing out of the hole. So large, in fact, that it takes up almost the entire diameter of the hole itself.
Whoa, he's gonna run away.
As it moves closer, you begin to see its features more distinctly. Its stitched together flesh, its horrible, inhuman movements, and the smell of rotten and decaying flesh. Before you.
Oh. It's Ryan Reynolds' Deadpool.
The creature starts moving towards you, Osdred.
He's gonna run away.
Yep, okay. As you begin to pick up your feet, you feel sluggish and heavy as you try to run. Please, can you roll initiative for me, Osdred?
You got this, Ozzy.
Use the keg hammer.
Rochambeau it. Nigel rage for no reason.
Nigel rage. Let's roll initiative for this guy. 12.
Yay.
What's your initiative, Osdred?
14.07.
14.07. Okay. Thing. Okay, you're on first. So as you begin to try and move your feet, you feel sluggish and heavy. Do you mind just muting your mic again, George? This is picking up my voice. Sorry. If you could please make a wisdom saving throw for me, Osdred. 18, okay.
Oh.
20.
With that, you managed to push forward. Feel free to move your full distance on this map.
Run,
bitch.
I don't know if he actually wants to move. Okay, he's gonna move 25 feet.
Okay.
Okay. He's gonna hold up his his topaz eye and be like, "I do before and get back, you abomination!" And he's gonna hold his attack
Okay.
when it comes near him.
The creature climbs out. It's not even standing in this thing, but it's literally crawling along the floor. Its huge form taking up the entirety of this corridor as it moves up. 5, 10, 15, 20 in range of you. Feel free to make your attack against it, Osdred.
Smack it.
Yeah, he missed.
Yeah, that is definitely... Actually, let me just double check.
Be gone,
Yeah, you
abominable.
Just miss as you swing round with your warhammer. It doesn't quite manage to connect. It is then going to make 2 attacks against you. The first is a 13, which misses.
AC's 19, so...
Yep. Second is a 21. You take 13 points of bludgeoning damage. As it roars and screams, this horrible creature scraping along the walls, trying to slam its giant fist at you and smacking one into the floor next to you, cracking some of the flagstones, the other connecting right with you and knocking you back. Osdred, it's your go.
Alright, he's gonna attack it again.
Okay. 15 will hit.
And he will Searing Smite,
Okay.
level 2. Oh shit.
Okay, so 9 points of damage on that.
Then
And the Searing Smite is 9 points of damage up front, is that correct?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
So in total, that is 18 points of damage to this
Yep.
creature.
Also has to do a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, bear with me 1 second. What kind of damage is Searing Smite?
Fire.
Fire is.
Yeah.
Okay. As you swing around with the warhammer, you plough into the side of it. It barely seems to do anything, as it seems to be somehow resistant to to your bludgeoning damage. But the fire goes through, and it seems to sort of rear up in fear of the fire for a moment. In total, it actually only took 4. Okie doke. Any more movement or anything?
No, he's just gonna stand his ground. He's like, "Come at me, abomination! Doom of Void will strike you down." Even though he doesn't actually believe that.
Okay. With that, then it's going to make 2 more slams against you. This time with disadvantage because of the flames. So a 12 and an 18.
They both miss.
Okay. Osdred, it's your go once more.
Oh, it needs to make a con save on
It
its
does
turn.
make a con
Yeah.
save, thank you.
Nice.
It's a fail.
Takes
Takes
another d6.
fire damage.
Okay, so that's 4 on that d6. So 4 further points of damage.
I'd say the flames are green instead of like normal flames.
This guy just wants a hug, but he's too big and he doesn't know how.
Yeah, when someone doesn't know how to hug someone, they punch them. That's the way forward.
Yeah, when in doubt, knock him
I
out.
will say it has advantage on this saving throw, but that doesn't matter because it already rolled a 6. So, okay. It is your turn, Osdred.
Gonna swing at it again.
Okay.
You.
11 will hit. Roll your damage.
She'll do a searing smite at first level.
Okay. Alright,
So
so
5.
that's
So yeah,
2.
5.
No fire damage. Okay. Another Constitution saving throw, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, 15.
Yeah,
Makes
that
sense.
passed.
Okay. Okay, so it again will try and slam into you twice. Both with disadvantage. One will miss, but one will hit, dealing 6 points of bludgeoning damage to you.
Okay.
Osdred.
Just attack it again.
Okay. That'll hit.
Then he'll do another searing smite on top of that.
Wham, bam.
Burn, baby, burn.
6.
And a further con save. Which it fails, taking a further 2 points of damage on its turn. Let's do that now. Alright, it'll continue to attack you as its form is roaring up. That's a 14, which will miss. And then a natural 1, which will also miss again, so... Osdred, once more.
Is it looking weakened at all?
Nope.
You'll disengage then. Seeing as he knows it has disadvantage. You'll run down the corridor. I assume that door's actually there.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, wait. See if he's got anything he can do in his bonus action. As his bonus action, he'll cast Shield of Faith on himself.
Okay. It will move up next to you.
Con save.
Making... I think I already did it.
Oh, you did from last time. Yeah.
Make 2 more attacks. That one will miss. That one will, because you did, yeah, that will miss as well. So you'll go once more, Osdred.
For each attack, what's the number before and the number after?
It's rolling with advantage for some reason. I don't know how to turn it off, so I'm just taking the left result. But these are with disadvantage anyway, so it doesnn't matter. So,
Like the second is like an optional secondary roll.
I don't know why it's doing it. I've looked into Roll20 and I've not been able to find out why it's... Oh, here we go. Never mind. I think I figured it out. Not that it matters right now, because...
We'll see.
Yeah, I did just find an option. Awesome. You have to do it on each NPC, that's fucking annoying. After moving away again, it will move up again. This time it does not have disadvantage because it's... So I can turn that off. There we go.
Go on, Ozzy.
18 will miss. Another 18 will miss. Osdred.
I know what it do. It will perform Turn Undead.
Nice.
Okay.
Forgot I even had it.
Do an intelligence check before you do it for the Osdred. You would know this creature's technically not undead. It counts as a construct.
Oh, then he wouldn't do it.
Because you're familiar with flesh golems.
Okay, he'll disengage again.
Mm-hmm. It will chase you once more, making 2 more attacks. The first one
Yeah,
will hit for 12 points of bludgeoning damage. The second one will also hit for 6 more points of bludgeoning damage.
And then he lost his concentration. So how long is that? How much is that overall?
That is 18 points of damage.
Oh fuck it, he's scared now. He's just going to try and leg it to the door.
Okay. Disengaging again, I assume?
No, he's just legging it.
Okay, attack of opportunity. $17 misses, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
How much movement did you have?
He went 50 feet.
Okay. Catcrace, the creature is going to dash after you, so it can't make an attack, but it's next to you.
Okay. Is the door open?
You can try and pull it open if you'd like, and if you do, then it pulls right open.
Right. He'll cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on himself.
Okay.
And then he'll go through the door.
Okay. Inside the room, Osdred,
Yeah.
you find 3 structures on the north, east, and west sides of the chamber. The 3 structures stand 7 feet tall and appear to be made of solid amber. The creature behind you begins to attempt to bend its gruesome appendages into the room to grasp at your figure.
Ugh.
As this begins to happen, though, you feel a pull from the structure in the north chamber in front of you. You feel the pull of your bed chamber after a particularly heavy night. You feel the pull of an empty bottle of ale. You feel the pull of the tranquility you feel in solitude. You feel the pull of a roast chicken to fill an empty void that sits within your stomach. And you suddenly feel the urge to break open the amber. You look down in your hands and you are holding a pickaxe. You know what you must do.
You dig it hole.
The flesh golem gets up to here. Its hands are reaching through the door. That's going to make an attack against you. The first one, an 18. Misses. The second one, a 22 for 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Osdred, it is your turn.
He's gonna. Dunno.
You have the pickaxe in hand, and you feel the pull from the northern chamber in front of you, the northern object.
What do you mean, like a pull?
You feel... roll a wisdom check for me.
What, it wants me to crack it open?
Seems like it, yeah.
No, it's just going to do it then.
Okay. As you swing in with the pickaxe, 1 hit in, 2 hits in, 3 hits in, it starts to break in front of you. And this light becomes to extend. The creature begins to scream in horror as this light penetrates its being and it begins to burn up in front of you, its flesh scalding and it slowly turning to ash in front of you until it is no more. Behind you, within this amber structure, you see what looks like a sliver or perhaps a wisp of darkness. You find yourself in the room, suddenly surrounded by all kinds of different alcohol. The flesh golem is no more. And you hear a voice within your head that says, "Your only solace is in the bottom of a bottle." Before suddenly you are startled awake, back in the room of the Blue Water Inn.
Does he know whose voice that was?
You don't recognise it, no.
No.
The music went perfectly there.
You find yourself startled awake, Osdred.
Yeah.
And in your mind you remember that you can see the thing you saw within the amber tomb looked like this. Bear with me 1 second.
We're such good boys, Neville. All tucked up in bed.
Well, yeah, what else are you going to do?
No. Properly aligned. It's like
I
two
s-
salesmen on the road. Got that big meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, man.
Shut eye.
If you check under your character sheet, Osdred, there should be a handout called A Sliver of Darkness.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it looked like within the coffin.
It looks a bit like something else.
Yeah, pick.
Sound. Let me get the rain going.
So what happens with his like stats?
You are exhausted. You
Does
don't.
he get health?
You get all your health back and all your spell slots back.
Okay. But he's exhausted.
But you are exhausted in the morning.
Yeah.
So the rest of you, at some point in the night, Helen, you would look down and Osdred kind of like breathing heavily and sweat running down his face. Osdred, do you say anything?
Is he awake?
You're startled awake from the nightmare, yeah.
Just gonna go downstairs.
Okay. I'll move you down. Bear with me 1 second. Helen's standing at the door. Do you say anything to Osdred as he passes you?
There's Osdred.
I'm going for a drink. You can join me if you want.
Helen will quietly follow him.
Okay. You both head downstairs to find the Tap room empty. There's no sign of Erwin or Danica. You can assume that both have headed off to sleep.
Osdred looks around. It's like, I'm going to pour myself one. I'll leave the money on a desk.
Yeah, and you'll quite easily find some wooden cups behind the bar, Osdred. And you can see these huge barrels that, when you twist the knob, you notice that one of them is completely empty here. However, you've managed to get to these two and find some wine for both you and Helen.
He'll do a wisdom check just to see if he's actually going to do this.
Cool.
Yeah, he's going to do it.
Okay.
So puts the money, the equivalent money down on the counter.
Yeah, so it depends if you're having the more expensive wine or do you not care?
No, he's going with a cheap one.
Yeah, 6 copper pieces then it would have been for 2.
Okay. He hobbles out, hands Helen the wine.
Oh, Helen doesn't drink. You'd know that.
2 more for me, then.
You see, taken Osdred.
Oh, I had a terrible dream, Helen.
Mm-hmm.
It was, have you ever heard of he knows it was a flesh golem, right?
Yeah, it looked exactly like the one that you saw when you were a child.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's a flesh golem, if you ever heard of one of them.
Of course I've heard of a flesh golem.
Disgusting. It was barely knitted together. The stitching was awful.
Hmm.
And it told me I needed to drink to get more power.
Really?
Well, there was this... I broke open some sort of amber, and there was this thing. It kind of looked like... I don't even know how to describe it.
Yeah, exactly.
It looked like a cave, but not.
You would know that the darkness was almost like floating in like midair. If you imagine it in the tomb.
It was like a floating darkness. You ever come across anything like that?
You would not have, Helen, not anything like what he's describing.
It sounds a little bit weird, but I've probably dreamt of weirder things.
Helen, he knows Helen believes in crystals and stuff, right?
Yes, he does. Yeah, unless Helen has concealed that.
No.
Do you know? Do you know any crystals that could help? Combat that sort of thing. I'm at a loss.
I'd have to do a little bit of research into it, of course, but I'll try and find something for you tomorrow.
Thank you, Helen. I just feel like I could get all the advantages I need, and I've never really studied crystals, so.
Well, there's a lot of power in them if you know what you're looking for.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
What can they do?
It's not what it does; it's what it is.
He's looking like. Is it anything to do with the colours or the morphology?
Do you reply, Helen?
She's just thinking intently. Yes, morphology.
Maybe. Does it help if they're worked into a particular shape?
The real thing to remember is it's about what's inside.
In me or the crystal?
Exactly.
Point of inspiration for you, Helen.
Oh my god.
He's like, I see what you mean.
Oh fuck, that's too funny.
I think he'd polish off the drinks while trying to ask Helen more about the crystals, but I assume not getting much back.
Pretty much. Yeah. I'm ready to head back up, I think.
He's like, thanks, Helen. I've never quite thought about minerals and crystals in that way before.
Wait, who is on Farrah duty?
Helen.
Yep.
It'll be fine.
Fucking Nigel's gonna wake you. So, you both head up back to bed and manage to try and finish off the rest of your long sleep. You can all take the benefits of a long rest. However, Osdred, you do suffer a point of exhaustion.
Okay.
And we will have a quick, just have a 10-minute pee break, because I just want to, before we begin again in the morning.
Okay.
So feel free to have a quick
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck it, why not?
How do you add exhaustion to the character sheet?
It is on
found it.
conditions.
It's like
at the top.
underneath your health, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
X. Oh, there it is. One. Oh, I thought I was going to be able to take that thing.
Tom, having very nearly put an encounter involving flesh golems in my campaign, was like, you better run, boy.
Yep.
Glad I did something to it.
Yeah?
Yeah, you did a fair amount of damage, actually. Anyway, be right back. I'm gonna go pee.
Cool. Yeah, Kieran, that could have been a lot worse.
Oh, I
He
was
was rolling super low on the damages. A lot of those damage rolls were like 2 1s on d8s.
Well, because he knew he was in the dream, he was kind of less scared. At least I assume he knew he was in the dream.
Yeah. Oh, he did say lucid, didn't he? So.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
I really want to play that wealth guy. What the fuck do you want? Splits on the floor, just like mucus and blood, like, yeah, I'm an elf.
Okay, I thought you were going to play him completely differently to that.
What did you...
I thought it would be like he had the airs that just didn't follow through at all.
No.
So it's just like, Jeeves, make sure they have plenty of drinks. An elven lord knows how to treat his people. And then he like waddles off, and the back of his fine robes is like ripping along the strain of his dwarven form. That kind of
That'd be funny too. I just like the really, really uncouth, just like, yeah, I'm an elf.
Some people call me knife ears sometimes. Oh.
When they look at me, they know I'm an elf. It looks exactly like a dwarf.
Carries around his family tree with him.
Just to look the -4 con, and then charisma.
Yep. Yep.
Because even if you put 10 in it, it'd be 6.
Yeah. Everyone's just like, ugh.
It's hard at that point. If you had like a 5 charisma person who was just 5 charisma because they were so rude, wouldn't all the other characters just be like, why are we travelling with this guy?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Because there's different ways to interpret charisma, but that is a legitimate one of them.
Yeah.
Like another one which I also would quite like to play at some point is that a lot of people will say the charisma stat represents presence more than like positive or negative effect.
Yeah.
So if you had like 6 charisma, people just forget that you're there. It's just like, oh no, we ran out of spells for this, and you're just there like, I have spells. It's like, oh yeah, right, sorry, yep, you're here too.
I guess like another way could be, well, it kind of depends, because someone can be awkward, but they can be charmingly awkward.
Yeah, completely.
or just completely awkward.
Yeah.
I guess it just depends.
So if you had like negative charisma, you're basically what's that guy in the X-Men? Forget Me Not, I think.
Who's that?
If you've ever heard of him,
No.
he's a guy who, the moment he leaves your direct eyesight, you completely forget about his existence.
That's such a cool power.
That's me.
And they retconned him so that he was actually involved in a lot of the biggest X-Men events, but no one ever remembered him.
Like, did the most important thing, press the button to save the world.
He did, yeah, he did something. He had at one point he wielded some huge gun or something and did something important. Yeah, he was involved, but no one ever remembers him.
He's got such a great image as well.
Yeah, he's just some guy, just like me.
Look at him.
There are just so many characters that I want to try, though.
Yeah, completely.
Like a tabaxi who can talk to cats.
Everyone else just hears meow 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 meow.
Exactly.
Well, if it was a tabaxi to mice, it's just like, get in my mouth.
What's that, Anja?
Nothing.
Have you seen Tabaxi? You have seen Tabaxi, right? Yeah, we've got Tabaxi and Waterdeep. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I always like to imagine cats have their own names for each other, and they're all like Euripides and Odysseus, and then their owners are just like, Mr. Squibbles, do you want your food now?
That was another thing that I saw that looked really fun. There was like a cat who was the character, and it's
the human, yeah.
the human was its what do you call it? Familiar.
Yeah.
When the cat has a patron who's some like
Wasn't it like an Eldritch God patron or something?
Yeah, or like an Eldritch cat patron or something.
The human just carries the cat around, and the cat's
Yeah.
like casting Eldritch blasts from its eyes or something.
True.
That'd be amazing. Maybe that's Belvedere's future.
Belvedere. Hope we see more of him.
Belvedere. The Were-Rat Man.
Yes, master.
I was thinking with Belvedere it'd be funny if he kept getting in like, or I don't know how mean that is, or flanks him like, he's like, hold this Belvedere, and then it like explodes or something in an experiment. But he keeps building him back together again with like robot parts and stuff.
You have to do the explosions though, because it might kill him.
Yeah, that's very true.
And then the joke
Oh, he's dead.
He keeps getting these rat folk who look identical.
Everyone just called Belvedere. Amazing. It's Power Hour tomorrow, aren't you?
Well,
Yay!
it
At
depends
last.
Depends how long you're in the sewer, I think.
You reckon it could run a whole sesh?
It's big down there. It depends if you decide to go up, I think.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Can Davey just stay on the surface and go to the power hour?
Well, I think he'd have time because I think like Davey would be like, "I'm going up by this time." If you're not coming,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is true.
Because Vicky wants to go as well.
I'm so excited for a fucking power hour.
Power Hour.
There's like natural points where you might turn around in there. I think.
Also, he's charmed by that succubus, so he kind of has to.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another good point.
I just want to see the crocheting that Nigel's been doing.
I don't know, but I can show you the crochet I've been doing.
Well, that can be Nigel's one. Does he have a selection of wigs?
What wigs?
Yeah.
Better have a selection of wigs.
His
Hello.
massive head.
Stefan, did you see did you see all Davy's hats?
I forgot about that.
Fuck, it's my light on 1 sec.
Very dark, isn't it? Who's putting a picture of Sips in the chat as an X-Men?
So true. So true.
It does, doesn't it? Let me know when you're all ready, by the way, and I'll
Let's go find these bones.
find the bones. Oh, no, my internet's being weird.
Maybe they won't notice. Maybe we can just give them any bones. Found them. Here you
These are chicken bones.
go. What? No, they're not.
I was reading some lore on elves the other day when they trance. Interesting.
Yeah.
In their trance, they see visions of their past life when they lived with the gods.
Oh
And
yeah.
old elves don't like hearing about it because after they're 100, they stop having those dreams. So they're like, stop reminding them.
Aw.
That's amazing. Love it.
Eek.
Right. Are we all ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, early the next morning, about, let's say, 7:30, you begin to each wake up. Osdred, you still feel very tired and
Yeah.
are nursing the remnants of a hangover. We'll begin with Pitch and Neville. Neville, you feel in this bed that after slumming it on the roads for a few days, you feel that a well-earned rest in a proper bed. It's certainly nothing compared to the ones you've had in Daggerford and in your own house, but it's all right. It'll do.
Shit bed for a shithole place.
Indeed. Let me quickly move the day along one more. There we go. You are now on the 3rd day of Alturiac. This the first sort of proper month of the year. Pitch, you also awake? This feels like a really comfy bed to you.
Yeah, Pitch's a little reluctant to unbed himself.
So you each get up and you kind of catch a knowing glance at each other as you awaken.
I want to hear about his snoring.
Yeah. How bad was the snoring, Neville?
I don't know. Pitch will have to tell me.
How bad was the snoring? Did I have to ritually cast silence to get to sleep?
I'll tell you, right, it's just for fun. Neville, can you roll a D100 and see how loud the snoring was on a scale of 1 to 100?
100 decibels.
100 decibels is apparently a jet taking off.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. You could definitely hear it.
Yeah.
But it wasn't deafening. It wasn't Lewis level of snoring, let's put it that way.
Okay.
It didn't disturb your sleep.
Okay.
You still get your long rest. Oh, imagine that.
Oh, that would be cruel.
Furious.
Actually, D100 is actually a really good way to do it. Looking at these.
Then yeah, Pitch would wake up and just say, "It's good to have a little bit of luxury."
Well, it's not exactly my idea, but if you enjoy it, good for you.
I do. It makes a change to the cold hard ground. Has Neville launched himself onto me?
I went too far. He jumped from one bed to the other.
Good for you.
How long have you been doing this for exactly? Surely you must have some home or a nice bed to go to.
My home is the Oath, Mr. Daggersen. I do have family still back in Waterdeep, but I consider this my home. The road. But I would say this place, even just the sky, the trees, the floor, feels less welcoming than anywhere else I've been.
Well, I mean, all this time on the road sleeping like that, it's going to be terrible for your posture, mate.
I do okay. I find the other activities of this lifestyle help to keep my posture just fine.
Oh, I wish I could relate. I can't. And he like sticks his back several times.
It must be a very strange few days for you, Mr. Daggersen.
Ah, telling you now, I cannot wait to get home.
What does a normal day involve?
Oh, well, you know, I don't normally get up this early, but yeah, I get up, go through the town, say my hellos, and have a chit chat, and you know, make some money.
Making money. How?
Oh, well, you know, I've got people running things. I check in on them, make sure they're doing their jobs properly, and they fork over what they owe, and yeah, nothing like
I
what you lot do, that's for sure.
cannot tell whether you're a manager, a landlord, or an organized criminal looking for protection money.
Let's just go all the above, yeah?
Pitch actually smirks at that. Alright, a man of many talents. Shall we join the others downstairs?
Oh, yeah, mate, I'm starving.
Alright. More soup!
Soup. Hey, you can always order a steak if you're feeling adventurous.
That's true.
Fuck yeah. Unless children.
Right, so the rest of you each wake up in turn.
Farrah wants to go and talk to Irene about the training in the morning.
And Irina is in this room, so her and Ismark are both awake and kind of chatting as you go in. She kind of turns to you. Farrah, you were wondering when you would all be awake.
Just, did you want to do a little amount of training this morning?
I would like that, yes. I was hoping Nigel and she looks to Helen. Like, Helen, do you want to join us?
Oh, I think I'd better.
She kind of nods and... Right, come on in, Ismark. Ismark kind of...
More of us that can keep our skills sharp, the better. Yeah, goes down. Where's the area?
I will take you to it. Bear with me. It is... Is anyone else going with Pitch, Farrah, and Irina and Ismark?
No.
What, downstairs?
No, they're going out training outside.
Yeah, fuck that.
Pitch ain't going, you meant Helen.
Are you going, Nigel?
No.
You're not, okay.
He just hits things. There's no training to it.
Okay, so Nigel, Pitch, and Neville are downstairs. Come here, Neville, stop moving your blooming token. Flying outside the window. So we'll start with, because you would have headed down and headed round the left side by the stairs, Farrah, so you would have gone sort of down here, over this way. Made your way round to the outhouse.
Is Osdred coming?
No.
Osdred's not there.
No? No.
Died.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just that Farrah thought he was coming, so she would have said... So she just would have said, are you not coming, Osdred?
No.
You look tired. Did something happen in the night with me?
No.
No? Okay. Maybe just try and get a little bit more rest before we head out then.
No. He's out of it.
Yeah.
So, Farrah, Helen, Ismark, and Irina. It's still raining on this day, but you both each head out ready to train. Irina has a rapier in her hand, and Ismark has his long sword, and he's like, I have been showing her how to parry an enemy, yes? And he kind of like, go on, Irina, show them. And he sort of goes in and kind of like a fake attack, and she'll kind of do this like parry away thing where she kind of knocks them away.
Mm-hmm.
She
Very
has
impressive.
She has some basic training. She still has a long way to go still, but
Helen, do you mind showing how you would parry that with your fist?
Well, you would try to avoid using your fist if you have an alternative, but if you must do, it will be something like this.
and Ismark will sort of come at you slowly, and then Helen, I assume you just sort of knock him away with your fist and going to grab his arm and then going to pull him to the side.
That's exactly it.
The side of the weapon, that's what I say. Good idea.
Very impressive.
Mm.
He's takes quite an opponent to disarm a swordsman like me. I don't mean to brag, but
What were you thinking of trying to train against, Irina? We can try against magic, if you like, or weaponry.
I was hoping to try and if any of you had any advice on how to develop a better mindset when going into combat. I find myself, I freeze up. I want to be able to help you all in combat.
It's mainly, I think, she looks at Helen, mainly just experience and bravery, with a sprinkle of crazy. She pulls out a scimitar.
so
Well,
for the sake of brevity,
yeah.
you can use this time if you'd like to try and train one of Irina's stats. This will improve one of her stats if it goes successfully. So feel free. It's up to you which you try to choose. It can either be dexterity, constitution, strength, but you obviously can't do in mind stats like intelligence, wisdom, and you could do wisdom actually, which the only one you really can't do is charisma. Even then, you kind of can. It would have to be a specific type of training. Like if it's say wisdom, it would you be trying to improve her kind of mindset going into battle, kind of teaching her about these things. Each of these sessions will take about 2 hours.
So wisdom, knowing like what attacks could look like and sort of parry against that sort of
I
thing.
would count that more as intelligence, I guess. Wisdom would be more
Really?
kind of like think of intelligence as like knowledge, and then think of wisdom as more like getting the right
Experience?
frame of mind and experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then think of charisma as kind of trying to like sort of build yourself up in battle and kind of do it that way, I guess.
Farrah will look at Helen then. How about wisdom? Description of wisdom.
Yeah, so you could try and give her some experience and different combat techniques and kind of press her resolve a little bit and see if how much you you could really try and push her to the limit and see how well she does.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Wisdom. Unless you want something else, Helen.
No, Helen would help with whatever you think's best.
Okay, can you roll a wisdom check? But and then Helen, one of you can roll it. You can decide between both of you, and the other one can choose to help. And then make 3 separate rolls for me.
You can roll it if you want, Helen.
Yes, I'll roll it, please.
So roll it with advantage because Farrah is helping you.
That's wisdom.
Yeah, so 3 separate checks for me. Don't know why it's rolling with advantage. We'll take the number on the left.
Oh, I thought you said it wasn't with advantage.
Oh, it is with advantage, of course. I'm just an idiot. God, a million miles away. Okay, those are really fucking good rolls. So your training is expertise level of you're like a kung fu master, like Mr. Miyagi levels of training expertise, Helen. Let's see how well Irina reacts to them, though.
Oh.
I will say, with those level of rolls, she will also get advantage on these. So she will make 3 wisdom checks with advantage. Make sure the advantage is set to on. It is indeed. Right. The first one is not great, but it's not too bad. 14.
Oh, nearly.
Not great. Come on, Irina.
You can do it. Yeah.
Okay. So 2 successes and a failure. With that, then, Irina basically gets 1 improvement to a wisdom score if you continue this training for another 2 times. If you cool. Complete 2 more training sessions, this counts as 1 completed training session. 2 more, and her wisdom will permanently go up by 1.
Nice. Cool.
Oh, so we will
cut
back.
Does that work for Ismark as well or not?
No, Ismark. It's only on Irina.
Okay, cool.
Ismark is a developed swordsman, so... Right, we shall cut back to the main tap room. I'll turn up the sets a bit. So, Osdred, Pitch, Nigel and Neville, you head down to the tap room. It's quiet and empty in comparison to the previous evening before. You can see one man sitting here at the thing, just eating his a soup for breakfast. And as you enter, you see Danica chatting to a young woman with braided, sort of long dreadlocky style hair with a streak of blue going through it. She's sort of quietly chatting to her. You can't make out what she's saying, but you'll at one point she will hear her say, Danica will say, Erwin is in the kitchen. You'll find him in there. So, and she'll and she refers to her by the name Muriel, and she kind of just like, "Thank you, Danica." She pushes on and through the door and into the kitchen.
You're terrible, Muriel.
So you each ready to sit down for the day. At one point, you will see your good friend. Bear with me as I grab him. Since it's still early, this is about 7:30. Rictavio comes down the stairs, makes his way across the bar. He kind of looks down. He's like, "All right, gentlemen."
Good morning.
Looks like your friend didn't sleep too well.
Not noticing much of a difference to his usual morning routine.
There it is. I'm off now, so have a good day.
Enjoy.
And he heads out. Sight. In fact, though, both of you round here. Make sure I'm just on the map. If anyone can actually see this, let me find out. You would be able to see this. At some point throughout the training, as you're beginning, quite early on in the training, Farrah and Helen, you would spot Rictavio around here. And he would kind of look over there, almost like interested, and go, and kind of give you a kind of almost a confused look face on his confused looking expression on his face, and kind of give you like a little wave, and then he makes his way into the door that's standing here.
Okay. You can't really see a door, but that's
no.
Yeah.
You would know it's there because you sort of. Let me just move you down here so you can see a bit easier. There's a door here that he made his way through.
Okay.
And then after a few, maybe like 10 minutes, he comes back out, gives you a little wave again, and then heads off.
Secret door.
Secret tunnel.
Got to make at least one secret tunnel reference a session. That's the new rule. So,
I'm very glad to be the honours for today.
of course,
Hmm.
the rest of you are sitting around.
How much do we? Because Tom is super suspicious, but I can't remember because I know it's been Farrah's thing about the raven, the blue-tipped raven.
Farrah's definitely told you about it, Pitch. I don't think she's necessarily told everyone else, but I'm assuming knowledge like that is often communicated within the party whilst you're traveling.
I think she mentioned it to everybody,
She
but
definitely
she's not
the-
spoken properly about it.
Okay, well then, when he saw the woman with the dark hair with the blue streak through it, Pitch would have been like, Gentlemen,
yeah.
I wonder if that young woman has anything to do with the raven Farrah keeps going on about.
What? What do you mean?
It has a blue tip to its wings, its distinctive feature, and that woman has a blue streak in her otherwise raven-coloured hair.
Maybe Nigel should do a Davy Millstone and just randomly go up and stab her. See what happens.
Maybe you should ask her whether there's some lapis lazuli where she dyed her hair or something, and then
I can do that, sure.
might be
Well-
good to see if she's lying.
If that was the case, then wouldn't all of Farrah's little animal tricks also have green hair?
That is a fair point. I suppose so, but it seems... How often do you see someone with a blue streak as distinctive as that?
Well, I don't know. People are quite different these days. Back in my day, everyone was just, normal people, but
Fucking yous dyeing their hair.
fucking millennials, am I right?
I believe they're called Zoomers now. Yeah, Pitch will keep an eye on the door that she went through.
Yeah.
And if she comes back out, he will try and approach her.
Some time passes and she doesn't come back out.
Shit.
I'm going to go and, talk to the bar lady.
Are you sure? I can... Alright.
I will say at some point you see the two kids kind of running around and like they eventually go sit down on these tables with like two sets of like parchment and like what equivalent is like to crayons kind of thing where they're just like chalk and like drawing.
They look like such little shit to
Yeah,
make pictures.
they really do.
If they sat down in my lessons, I'd be like, oh, God's sake.
Getting their fidget spinners out.
Yeah.
Look at this sick trick I can do. Yep. Yeah.
It makes me happy that that's what you think kids are saying to me.
So when do we come back in? Are we done?
You were training for like 2 hours, so
Okay,
you wouldn't
yeah.
be here for any of this.
Osdred's going to the bar lady.
Yep. She sort of gives you a knowing look and a nod and says, "Good morning, Mr.
Yeah, I left some money on the table. Came down for a nightcap.
Ah, that was you, was it? Some of the other guests have done similar in the past. I appreciate your honesty."
Well, maybe if you had a little sign with a bowl. I don't know.
She kind of nods like, "A good idea. I will speak to Erwin about it. Something to consider, I'm sure. We do not get many guests, so
Just wanted to make sure you got the money.
of course." She does.
Thanks.
She kind of nods to you as you go. What are the rest of you doing? Sitting around? Do you assume you could order some soup for breakfast?
No, you mentioned steak.
Right.
Yeah.
Diving into steak.
If you'd like, yeah. Okay, the steak, Danica would tell you. Just get my little handout out to make sure I'm not misspeaking. A cooked wolf steak costs 1 electrum piece.
A wolf steak?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
Isn't it free for us?
Not the steak, just the beet soup is.
No. Then Pitch will just have the soup.
Oh, Nigel will just have the soup then. Just
Yep,
picture
1
him
electrum it
chowing down
is.
like a turkey leg.
Okay, she hands it over and she's like, "Oh, I will go let Erwin know." And she heads off into the kitchen. And you hear her shout to Erwin like, 1 wolf steak, please, Erwin. He's like, "Yes, I'll be there in a moment." And she comes back out. "It will be maybe 10 minutes, Mr. Daggersen.
Thank you kindly.
I hope you enjoy."
Nigel, Pitch, we know Farrah said she had a bad dream.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I had one too.
Oh no!
Yes.
You didn't.
Bloody hell, what did you turn into?
Well, I'm already a pig, so I can't turn into that, Mr. Daggersen.
What?
So you didn't.
I didn't. It was a joke. But
Are you okay?
No, I guess. But I thought I'd warn you that maybe these things are contagious.
What? For Farrah, it ended with her change. But for you, you didn't hurt anyone? There wasn't any ill side effects?
I'm just really tired. Helen came down with me for a nightcap, and she told me about the crystals.
Would Pitch know about Helen's thing with crystals?
I don't know, ask Helen if she's told him.
Helen? Would I know?
Of course.
Okay. Yes. Always enlightening discussion.
Well, it was something to do with it. Have you heard of that flesh golem?
Right. But was Moonbeam there?
Well, there was this kind of floating darkness. I don't know what that means.
Pitch does know what that means, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Like a sliver of darkness in the air.
Yeah, I suppose it looked weird.
Yeah. I think I've seen the same. I don't believe I've told anyone this. I had a vision. It was when we were at the Vestani camp. I was looking into that orb I took from the Durst house, and I had a vision. A family, a young girl I didn't recognize. She was warning me about things. I'm gonna get my notes again, but I don't believe Pitch saw Strahd in that vision.
Definitely not.
I didn't see Moonbeam, but I did see this sliver of darkness.
Got any idea what it is?
You wouldn't.
No.
Well, could it be some sort of god from this realm? I have my communication with Demon has been suppressed a little.
Right. It could be the influence. We know that there is this Mother Night alongside the Morning Lord. That darkness of the night, maybe it's something to do with her.
It just doesn't sound very dwarven to me.
No.
Said that I needed to drink.
The darkness did.
Yeah, it said said that my only reprieve was drinking.
As you say that, Osdred, you get this like little tinge in the back of your head. Like, yeah, it is my only reprieve.
I see. So you interpreted it as it telling you to drink.
Well, it's more mocking me, I guess.
Right.
That's
9
why I went
months.
to the blacksmith last night to take my mind off the alcohol.
Who is this blacksmith you're visiting?
Just some old geezer.
Would you have asked his name, Osdred, at any point?
I don't know if he would have actually.
I think you did before. I think you did introductions.
I honestly cannot remember if you did or not. I remember you asked about the dwarf. I can't remember if you asked his name, because he talked about Thimdall, the dwarf who the shop was named after. But I can't remember if he. We'll say for the sake of it that the name came up, and you would have known his name was Pearson.
Yes, I think his name's Pearson.
Right. And you've taken a particular shine to him.
Well, it's more, I have skills. He's blind in one eye. We're stuck here. Better than drinking. I mean, sitting around in a tavern with an alcoholic is exactly a great idea.
Right. I see your point.
Speaking of drinking,
perhaps it would be better to abstain just this morning. It is quite early.
Never too early for a drink, Osdred.
he's trying to resist. That's part of the reason he went to the blacksmith.
If you want, roll for it. It's up to you.
No, he's not going to do it.
Okay.
I'll be useless if I drink. I'm already fucking shattered.
Right. Today we find those bones, and then once we've sorted that, we can head to the winery, which suddenly feels like not such a great idea, but...
Well, I would like to go.
I'll bet. Well, our funds are meager, so I think it is still definitely worth our time.
I need to use my idle hands, otherwise, you know what happens.
Right. Well, can you use the forge there for your own projects?
Well, I didn't ask, but that was part of the reason I was helping.
Yes. It would be good to see you working again.
A dwarf is nothing without his work. Being stuck in this shithole.
It's not the best place we've ever been. It is good to have a roof over my head, though.
Maybe we'll have to stay here forever.
Don't particularly enjoy that thought. I do wonder, I find myself thinking of the rest of the Oath, what they're doing right now, how much they knew about where we were going.
If only Brad Chadwick was here.
He'd know exactly what to do.
I still have my suspicions with Torres. I find it strange that they're so secretive and we ended up here.
You're not the only one. I have a lot of questions. If we can make our way back to her, which we must.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
I know what can keep your hands busy in the meantime.
What's that?
Whips out his dick. A little Mr. Moonbeam seemed to go down very well.
Well, he only comes out for special occasions.
Well, speaking as a performer myself at times, I was proud to see what you did back there.
Yes, well, maybe you can give me the signal if he needs to come out again.
What should the signal be?
I don't know. Can you make like a bat symbol somewhere with your magic?
I could do that, yes.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Alright. Deal.
Osdred's gonna
You would have noticed at one point that these two men would have walked into the bar. This one would have ordered some food and a drink, and then brought it, and eventually sat back down. And at some point, Erwin would have come out with your steak, Neville.
It's about time.
Sorry, apologies for the wait, Mr. Daggersen. And he also sits down some soup and some delicious morning beet soup for the rest of you. And then he brings over also some soup for these two, and then heads back into the kitchen, unless any of you stop him.
Excuse me, this is medium rare.
I do apologise. Did you want it well done, or I can cook a separate one for you if that is unacceptable?
Absolutely, well done is the only way, as far as I'm concerned.
Of course. And he takes the thing and it shall only be a moment. And he heads back in.
Better be.
And then maybe 5 minutes later he comes back out. And the well done steak. He says, "There you go. I hope that is more to your liking."
I hope so too.
Then he heads back into the kitchen again, unless any of you stop him.
That was a close one.
Never just digs into it like a fucking beast.
Yeah, the rest of you have your morning breakfast.
Do we come in and have morning breakfast too?
I don't know if it's been about 2 hours yet. I mean, it's a lot. You have to train for quite a while. That's why it's not something you can just stop and do. So you would be out there for quite a while. So really, you would be out there until you could have a quick breakfast before you left to do anything for the day. But you would be out there for at least 2 hours, kind of.
Don't need breakfast, so yeah, probably.
Yeah. I'll say, is there anything else the rest of you like to do in the sort of 2 hour time that they are training for before you head out to do whatever you choose to do for the day?
No.
Well, Pitch is watching the door, and if like half an hour goes by and she still hasn't come back out, he'd probably go and find Farrah.
Yeah, that's fair. So if we want to play that out, so she hasn't come back out.
There they are. Farrah?
Farrah lowers a weapon.
Can I speak to you
Let's them
briefly?
get on with it. Yes, Pitch. Yes, step a little bit away. There we go.
The raven with the... It was blue-tipped wings, right?
Yeah. Have you seen it again?
Not exactly. There was a woman inside with dark, raven-colored hair and a blue streak through it. She went to speak to Erwin in the kitchen and hasn't emerged since. It just seemed uncanny to me.
Oh. Would Farrah know anything about that?
Know as much as Hannah knows.
What? The...
All Pitcher's telling you is that he's seen a woman with blue hair and a blue raven. I mean,
Does she know anything about the wild shape? He can change colour of the fur and stuff.
You would know with wild shaping. You can't know.
Can't. Okay.
Not with wild shaping specifically. Feel free to roll a nature check for me. It's quite a high DC, but no, you're not familiar with. You're familiar with creatures, different creatures that can change their shape, lots of different ones, but you're not familiar with something that would allow the same colour to kind of remain. Like I said, you need quite a high roll to.
Yeah. It could just be coincidence, Pitch. I don't think it's necessarily means much. Colour is not something that's changed when wild shape is used.
Ah,
But
okay.
it's good keeping an eye out, though.
I may just be jumping at shadows. Thank you.
I appreciate the cautious nature. She
Alright.
smiles at him.
Yep.
See you in a bit.
He gives her a wave. That's back.
Notice how Lewis said wild shape specifically, though. So,
I'll spot it down, yeah.
Yeah.
sorry, I can't tell if that's sarcastic or not.
No, it wasn't sarcastic at all. I will say, whilst you are... Oh, crap, what have I done? I will say, whilst you are in, a few more customers over in the course of an hour, maybe like 1 or 2 more might come in and sit down. Let's bring her in as well. To get slightly busier in the old inn. I can
You're
feel,
feeling alright, bitch.
I can feel Tom like, I've got a mystery on my hands, but I am not Sherlock.
Tapping the table. Screw it. Excuse me, Danica.
Yes, Mr. Peach, was it?
That's right. I couldn't help but notice the woman you were speaking to earlier with the streak of blue. I'm so curious about how she got her hair that way. Do you know if I could speak to her?
I believe she was talking to Erwin. She might have popped out the back, though. It is my... Now, let me just double check. And she sort of pokes her head into the kitchen like, Erwin, did Muriel head out? He's like, yeah, she head out the back. And she comes back over and she's like, I do apologise. She is already headed out for the day. She doesn't... She pops in occasionally. She is our niece.
Right. Please. So you see her often?
Not too regularly. She pops in when she can.
Does she work nearby?
She works at the winery with the rest of our family usually, but she likes to. She's the youngest of or one of the youngest of our family, apart from the children.
Of course.
She likes to wander. So she moves between here and the winery by herself very often.
Well, not a bother at all. Thank you, madam.
I'm sorry, I'm not... I would love to regale you with tales of how she got her hair blue that way, but I am not one for such childish endeavours. Which, as you can see, the grey streak through her hair, like she doesn't seem too bothered.
Yeah. Quite right as well. Pitch heads back and so kind of slumps slightly in his chair. Yeah. Well, one thing at a time. Yeah, he doesn't have much else to do.
Okay.
This morning.
Osdred, Neville, Nigel, anything else?
Nope.
How was the steak?
Good enough.
Did you have any trimmings on it?
No, none at all.
Boy, it was just steak on its own.
Yeah, ridiculous.
For breakfast?
Of course. What would you have for breakfast? Big lad like yourself?
I think you would have noticed, Neville, that the steak was quite gamey and like not. It was tasty, but it wasn't like you'd usually have like a cow steak. It definitely tasted more sort of tough.
Is this your way of telling us you know what wolf tastes like?
I've had zebra, if that counts. That's probably the closest thing.
What?
Yeah, I have actually eaten zebra.
Why?
Kieran's dad brought it back from holiday because he's Kieran's dad. And we had zebra.
Okay.
It wasn't very nice. Yeah, I didn't like it.
It's fine.
Yeah. Anyway, go on.
You should have seasoned it more to really reduce the gaminess.
Well, I'm not the chef here, so...
Well, maybe you could invest in the place.
No, it's just beyond investing. Keeping his voice hushed.
Well, We better get moving, I suppose.
So after some more time, eventually, Farrah, I'll move you across with Helen to front of the inn. As the rest of you begin, if you want to start heading outwards to reconvene.
Breakfast.
You can come in and you would all grab breakfast, I'll say, so I'll bring you all in.
Just be like quick anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, gather round. He'd grab some... Erwin would bring out some hot beet soup for you at some point. So take if you want to take away... if you want any drinks, feel free to take away the appropriate copper.
No, just water. Water.
So 1 copper for water.
Mhm.
And he'll bring
Cool.
over your beet soup and he'd head back in and you can lap it up. No problem at all.
Alright. Is everyone ready to find these bones then? Did we ask about where the coffin shop is?
No.
I kind of assumed it was near the church because that involves less travel.
Well, we could just ask, then we don't have to assume, but good try. Just gonna ask the bar lady. Do you know where it is?
Okay, Danica would tell you. Let me just make sure I'm 100% certain where it is. She would tell you that it's on the east side of town, and it is just up along from the main town square, on the east side of the town square.
Okay. Well, we have our location. Should we go? Let's go.
Okay, in that case, I shall move you to the town map.
So where did she say it was?
She said it was the east side of the town square.
Right.
So you can do that information as you wish, but I think you'd be able to find that it's sort of been in this location.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess we go check on the
You would
roads.
have seen on the way in that this was like a stockyard over this side of the east side. And you would have, I think as you got to this, you would have been able to make out this kind of looked like a town square, this area.
Okay.
So feel free to move the token around the map for this part if you'd like to, the Iron Oath token, to show me where you're going exactly, so I can describe it to you.
Well, delegate a person. Who's going to move it?
Let's say Tom. You can move it.
Woohoo!
You're the gold star student.
Oh my god!
It's a race car.
No. So
are you going to head through the town square, or are you going to go along the main street that you've already been down?
I mean,
Town square.
just imagining Nigel saying that.
Town square. Town square. Town
Yeah.
square.
Yeah, because we still need to explore as well anyway. So yeah.
Okay. So as you make your way through to the town square, you can see now that the streets are filled with townsfolk, many wearing drab, patched grey clothes that have faded with age. As you pass through the streets, they shrink towards the sides of the roads.
Yeah.
Their pale faces growing even paler, with faint fear just at the sight of you. A number of them are hanging decorations upon the eaves of their houses, replacing the old weathered garlands and illustrated banners. And now they hang up new ones that depict crude drawings of a blazing wicker ball and the message, "All will be well," plastered across them. Their dark eyes turn towards you, and the light of joy and excitement you'd expect to see in their eyes with a festival so close approaching is only filled with weariness and despair. Many of their gazes fixate on you, Pitch, and on your red skin. Do you have your hood up?
I do.
Mm-hmm. They fixate on the shape of the horns beneath your hood. You can the whispers fill the air, and you occasionally catch the word demon as they travel past your ears. There are even more guards than the previous evening since you arrived. A large number of men and women wielding pikes and wearing crude armour, marching in uniform as they patrol the busy streets for any signs of malcontent. You can see their hands grow tight around their weapons as you approach, and many of them affix you with a suspicious gaze. You make your way down the main street, passing a number of different shops, including Blinsky's shop. You also eventually, moving into the town square, you can see that the let me just move you to the actual scene, because I've actually got a picture prepared for this.
How long is it until the festival?
It's 2 days away now.
Okay.
Let's move you across.
Dreary.
Ooh.
Take a second to load. Okay. So,
What the fuck? Donkey people.
donkey people. Bear
What?
with 1 second. Let's put that main theme back on.
Oh yeah,
What?
that is so weird.
Donkey hats on them.
Right, so
Ah.
you can see the shops and homes that enclose the town square are decorated with limp, tattered garlands and painted wooden boxes filled with tiny dead flowers. At the north end of the square stands a row of stocks, locked in which are several men, women and children wearing crude plastered donkey heads. In the centre of the square, peasants in patchwork clothes eye you suspiciously as they use their cups and vases to draw water from a crumbling stone fountain. Standing at the centre of the fountain is a grey statue of an impressive man facing west. All around the square are posted proclamations. They read, "Come one, come all, to the greatest celebration of the year, the Wolf's Head Jamboree. Attendants and children required. Pikes will be provided. All will be well, the Baron." I shall give you the little handout. If you look in Chapter 5 handouts, and I think I just revealed it as well to you.
Yeah.
Chapter 5 handouts.
Should be handout Valaki Proclamation, Wolf's Head Jamboree.
Oh, yes, I did see that.
If you just
Thank you.
Attendance required.
Yeah, I just read it. I was like, ooh.
As
What are
you-
the children required for?
Because the pikes are provided. What's that for?
For the children.
Mhm.
Yes.
We're having children kebabs. It's gonna be great.
As you look on the far side of town, you see a large, dark-skinned brute of a man. His arm on one side is holding a battle axe that is rusted with age, but looks certainly powerful enough to cleave in the heads of any malcontent people. He is barking orders at a number of guards that are wearing the same crude armour, wielding pikes themselves. His other arm, however, is a fiendish deformity. It's black, reddish scales that build up this huge and unusual, unnatural appendage. You can see him almost tilting to one side as if struggling to support this heavy appendage. He barks orders at the guards. You can hear him. "Tear down these ones, put up the new ones." And then they just sort of like nod and they're sort of rushing about. And he walks off in an easterly direction until he's no longer in your sight. Did is Mark and Irene, I assume, coming with you for this, by the way, or are they not?
I mean, if they wanna, I guess.
It's up to you
There's
guys.
any reason why not?
Yeah, Nigel
Cool.
would want Irina to come along.
Yeah, they are.
Good drink.
I'm assuming with you. I'm just going to quickly go pee because I'm dying for one, so can't hold it any longer. Won't be a sec.
Nigel and Irina sitting in a tree.
I don't think it's like that. She fancies pitch, so
So does Nigel.
Nigel
Irina
doesn't
does.
pitch.
Everybody fancies Pitch. They have to. He's the sexiest.
He's a bard, it's typical.
Yeah.
Oh.
True.
What's wrong with a little dwarf?
Did we know about someone in the stocks? Rang a
Did
bell in my brain.
Wasn't me.
I'm not sure.
Just see Osdred there.
I'm sure it's in your notes somewhere, Tom.
I'll see what the guy with the creepy arm is about.
That's Extrasny.
Why's he got a creepy
Extrasny.
arm?
Yeah, I
It's
don't know
got
what the
the
creepy
E virus.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh,
Let's see if I've got speed peed for you.
That sounds dangerous.
I have not prepared a handout for this, so I'll quickly make one so you can see a picture of what he looks like.
Yes, please.
As long as it's got the creepy arm in it.
Of course.
It does. His proper splash art isn't that great, so I'm going to use this someone's art here, which I really like. Just quickly.
old woman's Wilhelmina son locked away by the Baron.
It's something you learned at the church.
Did they say about the stocks, or was it locked away somewhere else?
Just said locked away.
Okay. I knew it rang a bell in my brain box.
Wish I had a good memory. That'd be nice.
That's why I take notes. I'm almost done. I need a new pad of paper soon.
It's right, Tom. I'll buy you one for Christmas.
Woohoo!
Spoilers.
Special Strahd book.
A ribbon around it.
Give me 1 second. I'll prepare this. Should have done this last night, but I forgot. So I'm a boss.
I think the postman is stealing my parcels because I've ordered so much stuff and none of it is arriving.
Uh-oh.
Bet they've just got no staff.
That is true.
And if you look in Chapter 5 handouts, there should be a Izek Strasny handout. He has slightly darker skin than that in that picture, I will say.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Hang on, where? Sorry?
Chapter 5 handouts, there should be one called Izek Strasny handout.
Oh, yeah.
Sexy boy.
Ain't no battle axe, that's a cleaver.
I want that badass hand.
Yeah.
No, on my body, not in, not you know.
You want him on your body? You want his hand on your body?
No.
Well, that's canon now.
I want that hand all over my body.
As you see the guards rushing around, they rush, one of them sort of walks past you and tears one of the posters you've just seen off the thing, and then puts a new one and hammers a nail in next to it. As you look on it, you can see that it reads, "Come one, come all, to the greatest celebration of the year, the festival of the blazing sun. Attendance and children required, rain or shine. All will be well, the Baron." And I will add this one to your as well.
You got two of them now.
Yep, so there's two separate ones. This is the new one that you just handed in, nailed in.
Blazing sun.
They're completely different, Stefan. I don't know how you can make that mistake.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you...
This one, they're not providing pikes.
Yeah, where do you get a pikes?
It's BYOP. Bring your own pikes.
God's sake. You will also know, looking around the town square, that you can see a number of nearby shops. One hanging sign reads Laszlo's Meats. Another reads Danya's Danishes. And a further one you see as you're passing through reads the Dusklight Supply Shop.
Dusklight Supply Shop.
There was something about the Danish shop, but I can't remember what it was.
Oh yeah, now you say it. Yeah, you're right. There was something about
I
it.
think someone mentioned to you, it wasn't any important information. I think they just mentioned to you that sometimes she can sell other kinds of foods to you. I don't think it was anything beyond that, from what I can remember.
Don't think so.
Pitch gets a
Let me
little
leave with the hags.
pang of sadness.
Yeah,
So,
the memories.
are you heading on to try and find the coffin shop, or are you gonna...
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, we're on a mission.
Unless anyone wants to talk to these donkeys.
Yeah.
I'm sure they
Aw.
did
One thing at a time. That's what Farrah said.
Okay.
Did I?
Yeah.
Moving on then, I'll move you back to town map. You eventually arrive at... arrive about this point here. On the far east side of the town square. You spot a small shop. Let me just quickly get it up for me.
Right.
And the shop is in the shape of a coffin and everything.
This uninviting shop is 2 stories tall and has a sign shaped like a coffin above the front door.
Ooh.
All of the window shutters are closed up tight, and a deathly silence surrounds the establishment. And I'll take you to the map.
Excellent. I'm waiting for the blam breach.
Enemy, I'll correct your things out in a sec. Bear with me. In fact, yeah, no, never mind. They are coming with you. Helen.
Is this a safe room from a resident human?
It's not, but it does sound like a lot like that, actually, you're right.
So, standing away from the doors and windows, Farrah would say, well, how do we want to approach this? We can't just go in there and say, you stole some bones, give them back.
We can. We go in. We say, you stole some bones. Give them back.
Well, unless somebody's very persuasive, I'm not sure that will work. But hey,
I go try.
Anyone have any
If only I had
better idea?
fucking Davy Millstone's persuasion stat.
Ismark kind of looks over and he's like, we could just try knocking.
Well, we can. It's just kind of the same thing.
I will say also that as you get close to the front door, you can see that a sign on the front door reads "Closed for business."
Okay.
Are there any windows?
Yeah, there's plenty of windows. They are all barred and shut up. All the shutters are all closed up tight.
So we can't see anything.
No, you can't see in.
I can try and scout inside, see if anyone's actually in first, if we find that necessary.
I'll make my way around the back.
I also have a spell to open the door if we need it.
That's a good plan, actually, Neville. We should block the bat and make sure.
Osdred
Run.
gets out his warhammer and he taps it.
My
Patience,
way would be
Osdred.
silent, Osdred.
My way would be quick.
Remember the tortoise won the race, it wasn't the rabbit.
Rabbits are a lot slower in the mountain, I'll have you know.
Yeah, in dwarven culture, the tortoise freezes to death.
Neville, you get to that point, you can also find another door that seems to lead into the back.
Doesn't have any signage or anything.
No signage on this one.
Okay. Neville will kind of give a signal to Pitch to kind of beckon him over.
Yep.
Does the door have any kind of windows or anything?
No, none at all. Just a very plain looking wooden door.
Okay. What do you think, Pitch? Should we help ourselves in?
I think we could at least try it, I suppose.
Try and see if the door's unlocked.
You push it and it's locked.
Hmm.
Didn't you say something about you've got a spell for this sort of thing?
I do. If we want to use it, I can. Will
Well-
take a short amount of time.
What were the rules about breaking into places? Was there any?
I mean, the rule breaking into a place.
Basic laws.
Yeah, the Baron said no troublemakers.
Take that as you will.
Hmm.
Alright. Neville will knock on the door.
On the back door.
Yeah.
There's you wait a few moments, no response.
He'll, bang it.
Loudly.
Yeah, like a firm knock, bum, bum, bum.
Okay, roll a stealth check for me.
I'm trying to be stealthy.
I know.
Quite the opposite.
Was that the only door?
There's two doors. There's one at the front here.
Yeah.
And there's the back door here. 5. Okay. It's fairly loud then. Okay. I'm bearing that in mind. There's no response.
What kind of shrugs? So if I'll leave it up to you, Pitch.
I can just try and crawl through and open the door from the inside.
Well, we're still breaking in either way, so.
Or you can use your spell pitch if you think it'll work.
I know it will work, but if you want to do that first without more subtle approach, I suppose, to scout first.
Lewis, she said that there was another floor on top.
Yeah, 2 stories.
I think as there's only 2 exits, we may not need to scout. We just go in.
Okay. Which door do you want me to open?
Well, there's no answer from that one. Perhaps we block the door this side and you go in that side.
Here?
Nigel, do you want to go over there, that side?
I go over here. Sorry, my internet cut out, so I'm not 100% what is going on.
Pitch is about to do fancy magics.
Yeah.
Can Neville see anything from any, presumably, second floor windows?
You can see a number of windows, but each of them have shutters, which are all shut, and curtains drawn behind them.
Okay.
Man, I would have loved to have seen the visual comparison between Neville trying to do that shit and Grey doing that shit.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be in by now.
Yeah, Rich will cast. It's going to take 10 minutes.
Okay.
Silence.
Okay, during that time, in 10 minutes cast, a passerby will kind of come walks by and looks at all of you. He's strange, kind of lurking around the outside of a shop, and he says,
You're looking for old Henrik?
Yeah. Is he about?
Nah, he had to shut up the shop. Think he was ill or something, I don't know.
Oh, well, where does he live?
Probably down with his wife at the orphanage.
Oh, they run the orphanage as well.
Well, his wife does, and yeah, he helps out, I think.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, and he just kind of walks off. Kind of this strange-looking old man. I'll actually have a token for him. Let me just grab it quickly because I like this. Kieran will like this token a lot.
Is it a lady?
It's Master Glondale.
Where is it? Sorry, I know I'm delaying things, but I just wanted to show Kieran this token for ages. Where is he? Okay.
Where is he?
He is there.
Like it.
Oh man,
He just kind
Wolverine.
of walks off.
That's Kieran's true form.
Yep. It's Kieran's next character. I'm seeding him into the world.
Well, Pitch is going to keep doing the spell unless he's told otherwise.
Gonna say,
Aw.
what do you think? Is this a dead end? Shall we try out the orphanage instead?
I mean, if he's hidden the bones here, it could be a blessing for him not to be around. But if we want to stay on an honest path, then perhaps it would be better.
What if we split up?
Good. This will
Farrah!
Oh, sorry. Are you talking to me? What did the old man say?
Said that this Enric who runs the place, he's not about, but he should be down at the orphanage. I was wondering, do you think split in two? Some of us check this place out, some of us see how he's doing.
You know how I feel about splitting up, Neville. We could just, we could go check the orphanage first. If he hasn't got them there, then we come back here.
Yeah.
Shall I stop then?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe
Alright.
save it for if we need it somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your plan?
To the orphanage, I guess.
Yeah, find where that is.
Would have been helpful if Neville asked where it was.
Where it was, yeah.
Oh, god damn.
Hey, no one else thought of it.
True. Alright.
I'll say you can gather. If you want, I'll say you can gather the information fairly easily where the orphanage is, and they would tell you it's on the north side of town.
If I were there, I would literally just ask anyone we pass by.
Yeah. Somebody, as many would shy away, but you being a human is less likely for them to, so you'd eventually find someone who would direct you to the north side. I'll take you back to the town map. Can you all roll perception checks as you're moving?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay, then.
No, me neither.
Oh.
20 for Neville, 22 for Farrah, 10 for Osdred, and Helen.
Sorry, my attention lapsed. What's happening?
Could you roll a perception check for me, please, Helen?
Oh, you bet.
That's my second natural one of the session.
And I think
Hey, join me, Helen.
Pitch, Osdred, Nigel, and Helen, you don't notice anything. However, Farrah and Neville, as you've been walking throughout these streets, you do spot a familiar face. With each suspicious gaze that eyes you, there's one in particular that seems to repeatedly catch your eye. You see the piercing eyes of a thin, goateed, middle-aged man, wearing a faded white high buttoned-up shirt with an equally weathered tan waistcoat and a matching jacket are watching you. You are almost certain this man has passed you a number of times on your trek through the streets of Vallaki, and now he seems to be tailing you.
Yeah, Farrah would quietly whisper it to the group.
You're able to do that. So Farrah communicates the information that somebody seems to be watching you.
I mean, most people here are suspicious of us, but this man I've seen a number of times now.
Neville will, also having seen it, whisper back to Farrah, what if one of us tries to sneak away and, as we move on ahead, catch him?
Not a bad idea, apart from if they follow the one person, that one person could...
No, that's what I mean. That one person sneaks away. They don't notice it. Once we move around a corner or something.
If you plan on questioning them, Neville, do you have any ideas?
Well, you know this lot best. Who's your sneakiest fella?
She looks to the group. Who is our sneakiest person?
Pitches +3.
Okay.
Osdred is -2 of disadvantage.
And Pitch will say that he can make himself invisible if he needs to.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
as stealthy as you can be.
Perhaps we
Helen.
should
Showing off.
do this up a less conspicuous area.
I mean, is it safe to assume it might be the Baron keeping an eye on the colourful group of strangers that's just entered his city that he's scared about troublemakers in?
Could very well be, in which case we don't really want to mess with them.
Yes.
But if it was the Baron, wouldn't you think he'd have a few more than one in particular?
Well, why don't we can just wait. They're not doing any harm as far as we know. If they try anything, then we can do your plan, Neville.
Might be too late.
Maybe. But what could they possibly be seeing? Didn't break into the building.
Not yet.
Is it just the one person?
Yeah, it's just one guy, yeah. He's a thin, goateed, middle-aged man.
Let's just ask him what he wants.
He's a magician.
He may just run away, similar to the wolf, though, Osdred.
Well, I might as well try.
If you like.
I mean, it doesn't hurt anything.
Neither would sneaking up on him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose as long as we're only questioning him, we could just corner him in a little corner, you know?
Yeah, of course. A little chat.
Yeah.
Okay,
Feeling up to the pitch?
what's your plan then?
If
Carry
Pitch is
on
willing,
and-
I suppose, or if anyone else objects.
Yeah, just whenever Pitch sees the next best opportunity to just sort of slip away and hiding.
Okay. If that's the
If
case,
Pitch
then
is happy with that.
Not on the main road, though, eh?
whereabouts would you do it? Move your token to where? So you're currently here, walking up the main street. So would you go into like this side road here, or maybe in between the houses, or?
It could be the north road that I assumed we were heading for. That seems like in a
Could be,
small...
yeah. If you wanted to
A
do
little
that.
less populated.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let's put the
You would
village
see that
up.
all these main streets, like this one going up here, and through the town centre has been everyone bustling with people. There's a lot of people here.
Yeah. So wherever it's least populated, I guess.
Okay.
I assume we're heading up here, so...
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I thought.
So
I would say
somewhere
this
up here.
path is less populated as you walk past it. Up here by the mill is a lot of people working. And so if you want to head up further, you can.
We can do
Yeah.
it surely after turning this right corner.
Okay. You would get to here and you would see that it's fairly busy still.
Yeah, I was thinking more like up here, sort of thing.
If
Near
there's an
these,
opportunity.
like near these trees or something.
You can certainly try if you'd like.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Well, if Pitch is the sneakiest, we can let Pitch pick.
Well, that's kind of what I meant. Like, wherever the
Pitch is following orders.
Yeah.
He's a good boy.
Think for
He's
yourself, man.
Yeah.
Then, yeah,
Farrah would
Pitch
look
would
to expertise.
find somewhere where he doesn't seem to have eyes on him, cast invisibility, and then try and slink back behind this guy following us.
So let's say you might dip out in between these houses, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll a stealth check for me, please.
This is before the invisibility.
Yes.
You got this, bruh. Bruh!
Quickly get the.
Nice.
Bro, you got this.
Should have cast guidance on myself. So.
What was the score? Sorry.
22.
22.
Okay, very good stealth check. He is going to, since he's watching you, do an active perception check to see if he knows where you went. He does not. Even with that beefy modifier.
That's a chunky mod.
Yes, indeed. So you manage to slip between the buildings, Pitch.
He will cast invisibility on himself.
Okay.
But it's extra cool because it's due to his new feat. So it's from the orb, the shadows kind of emanate out, and then they
Nice.
dissipate, and he's not standing there anymore.
Ooh, I like it. Okay. Pitch, you are now invisible. What's your plan going from here? So, are you guys going to make your way up the North Road, or are you going to loop around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Less populated area.
It's still very populated up here, I'll say.
Yeah, it's way up. I'm talking about like with where these trees are, sort of thing.
Okay. Heading outward from the centre of Valaki takes you to the only cobblestone path that leads directly north. In the distance you can see the tall pieces of sharpened lumber that make up the palisade of this fortified town. You pass by You pass by a number of two-storied houses made up of horizontal wooden planks that are weathered grey. Creeping moss covers the dark windows and makes its way up to the sagging porticos and eventually the high-peaked roofs. On the east side of this path, here, so you'd be about here at this point. On the east side of this path, you notice a large estate that stands out from the rest. The walls are entirely moss-covered, with creeping vines climbing them, as if reaching out for a sun that will never truly shine down upon them. And then further along to the west of this path, you notice... Oh, my notes are gone. Sorry, I accidentally closed the thing. Oh, bugger. I've got to reload the page. Sometimes it just closes these handouts for no fucking apparent reason.
Me.
Don't know why. Heading up further along this path, you spot a number of men working outside, which looks like maybe like a tannery. You can see that on the sign above it says Tenner's Tanners.
Oh, fucking hell, it stinks.
Moving even further along the path, you then spot... You've spotted an even larger house that stretches out further than any of the others beyond. Standing 2 stories high with an extended attic, it feels isolated compared to the others and stands as one of the few buildings with sturdy cobblestone walls. There are large windows looking out on each side of the front of the building, with the curtains left ajar, revealing the sight of many children rushing about or sitting and playing together. There are a pair of lanterns that hang from each side of the entrance portico, with stairs climbing to a large wooden door with a pair of stained glass windows flanking it on either side. You can just pretty much assume that this probably is the orphanage here.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So that's the orphanage. So pretty much here.
Mm-hmm.
So just like where would be the most discreet?
Do a perception check for me.
Ooh.
22, very nice. You spot that whilst this main road is still fairly busy, with guards occasionally patrolling down, like some of the areas off in the grass is long grass that goes almost up to like your waist in between these buildings, that you could probably make your way around the back of some of these.
Yeah. Do that then.
Okay.
Give Pitch a little signal.
How are you going to signal him?
Just gonna like, what would Pitch understand? I don't know. Just look back, I guess.
All he's been told to do is follow this guy, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. Thought we were gonna jump him.
Well, I mean, he would have seen us, so unless we all try and hide, I think it'll be difficult for us to jump him. But Pitch is more than prepared to.
Oh, is that what you're trying to signal Pitch to do?
Just like hold him, just like, stand in front of him so we can question him. Just like appear, like woo, and then stop him from going anywhere while we talk to him.
Okay, so where exactly are you doing this? You're doing this off the road, I assume, when no one can see you?
Yeah, I mean, if Pitch doesn't know that we're doing that, then we're not doing that.
Well, Pitch is just following you, so this you can assume this guy is following you as well.
Yeah,
so if you move off the road, this guy...
will be. Yeah, the guy will be between you guys and Pitch. So if you turn around and confront him when he tries to run away, Pitch is not an idiot. He knows to get in the way or what have you.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they only want to talk. I mean, like, it was basically like Osdred said, but without letting him run away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get to this point then. Pitch, you can see that he's continuing to follow.
Off the road.
Off the road, yeah. But he's keeping his distance. He's probably standing sort of this tree, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Looking inconspicuous. The rest of you are just standing there, idly.
Can we see him?
Yeah, you would be able to look back and just about see him.
Do you want to confront him, Neville, with your silver tongue?
Well,
or gold tongue?
I think this is probably as good as any.
Actually, I will have you roll perception checks, in fact, because it would have counted from previously. But we'll see what he gets on his stealth check for this. It will be at disadvantage, because... Yeah, 9. So you, even with your passive perceptions, you'd be able to see him. So,
Okay, now we're all getting great rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. But
yeah, you definitely know he's there then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Neville pulls up his trousers, takes a deep breath, and starts walking towards him.
As you start walking towards him, once you're within range, he quickly realises that you're walking towards him, because it's hard not to tell with your eyes fixated upon him. And he starts moving away, Pitch, you see.
Yeah, Pitch will block his path.
Okay. As he does, he walks into you. What do you do?
Neville started taking chase by this point.
Okay, Neville's... Okay. In that case, he starts
Jason,
running.
Jesus.
He runs into Pitch in his invisible form. Pitch, I assume you reveal yourself.
Nah, freak him out. Grab him as invisible.
Well, that's the thing,
it would
But
reveal.
well, if I was gonna grab him, it will reveal me. But just blocking his path, if I like knock him down. No, yeah, I'll reveal myself.
Okay. Can you please make a contested grapple check for me?
Can I also do one thing as well?
You have
I do mold earth, which I can just stick it in front of him, and it just makes difficult terrain in 5 foot space.
What's the range on that?
30 feet.
He is probably about 100 feet, maybe more away from you.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's keeping his distance. He's not like following super closely. Especially once you've gone off the road as well, he would have definitely kept more of a distance.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
But Neville is running in his direction. Okay, so you just get his stats up.
Trying to guiding bolt this bastard.
He could be an adoring fan.
Time to kick this campaign into overdrive.
Will you make a athletics check for me, please, Pitch? 12, just enough. You reveal your form in front of him, grabbing this man, and he can no longer move, and he sort of shouts to you. He's like, "Go, get off me!" I will just quickly move you to. Let's just go with, for the sake of this, let's just go to a random battle map. Ooh, let's get rid of all these walls and shit show. This was from ages ago.
Yeah, there's little Nev's caltrops on the ground.
Yeah.
Oh, pick them up.
Right.
They just make me think of Jax. Do you remember those? The little
No.
bouncy ball.
Yeah, I remember.
I got twosies.
Just Neville there with his little bouncy ball and his Jax.
Just like Neville's brain's like, fuck, I forgot to pick up my stuff.
Yeah, he left me.
Right, so if you want to place yourselves, Neville, place yourselves around. Oh wait, I put it on the wrong layer. Oh, there we go. If you want to place yourselves around here, then Neville, you can be about here. Pitch, you're here.
Get grappled, bitch.
Yeah, and Pitch, yeah, you'd be there. No, Nigel, you're up there.
I
Nigel.
summon my Pokemon.
Nigel, I'm on. Nigel.
Not too far.
Okay. Sorry, didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. So he is now. Let's recruit.
Yeah, Pitch would say in response to him saying, "Get off me," to say, "We just want to talk."
Yeah.
Nice.
I will say with grappling, Neville, you could easily get there with your cunning action. So you are now here. What are the rest of you doing? Are you all running up to get there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if he's got any metal on him.
Do a perception
Fucking hell.
check.
Just in case.
You want to torture him, you bastard.
It doesn't look like he is carrying any metal. No, not any like.
Not even a ring.
Not any what?
Not even a ring.
Doesn't look like it. No.
Oh, he's a bachelor then, eh?
But his nipples are pierced.
Right, so at this point you have essentially grappled him, and hearing Pitch says that, he stops sort of thrashing about for a second, and he's like, "What do you want?"
Pitch looks at Neville.
You've been following us then, eh?
As he kind of like looks around, he kind of, one moment he seems almost panicked, and then he kind of relaxes him for a moment, and kind of resumes, and he kind of has this he smiles at you, Neville, this big smile, and he says, "Well, I suppose I've been spotted."
Yeah, you have. You were a while ago. Clumsy.
Disappointing. No matter. My employer has asked me to keep an eye on the newest members of Vallaki.
Osdred pulls out the doll.
Mm-hmm.
He's like shoving it in his face. He's like, "Is this your master?"
He shakes his head.
What's your name, son?
The name is Ernst.
Instant. Then who is your master?
He just keeps quiet.
Neville starts like flexing his hands and kind of clenching his fists.
Okay, do an intimidation check with that then, Neville.
Can
Fair. Oh.
What was that?
Can Osdred help?
Yeah, do with advantage then, Neville.
He's going to say, "Come on, before we have to break your kneecaps off."
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, God.
Says it matter of fact.
Okay. With that,
Farrah's gonna make the ground underneath him difficult terrain.
Okay.
Because I can.
With that, then he's like, fine. I am employed by Lady Wachter.
Oh, interesting.
And what interest does she have in us?
Well, a group of strangers walks into Vallaki, and you think one of the most highest-ranking women would not be interested in you? That seems awfully foolish.
You don't get travellers through her often?
Not of your variety, no. I'm looking at Pitch and Osdred, then Farrah, then to Nigel.
What do you mean?
We do not get travellers of your unusual appearances.
What do you mean, unusual appearance?
He's talking about varying heights, Ozzy.
Yeah, like, a bit rude, isn't it?
Yeah, along with sneaking up on people.
You're the one threatening to break my bones? I am simply doing my job.
Well, maybe you'd find a better line of work.
Yeah, you're not very good at this one.
Well, we all have to make money somehow and survive, do we not?
Well, what happens when we tell this Lady Wachter that you did such a poor job?
Skullduggery isn't usually an honourable profession, friend. But then again, neither's being in a mercenary company.
Kind of side-eyes you. He's like, if you have an issue, then what do you expect? What do you plan to do now?
I don't know, Neville.
Well, if this Lady Wachter's so interested in us, then she can come meet us, or we can come to her. Set up a date. I'd love to have a word.
And looks around, he's like, I would let the good lady know. If you plan on letting me go. Looking to Osdred in particular.
Osdred takes a moment. He's like, he looks at Pitch. He's like,
Pitch is waiting for a signal.
Farrah just kind of waves him away. I don't think he's got any more information, guys. If he's just following us for this one woman. Unless you can think of another question, I say we let him go.
Well, the last lord or lady we met invited us for dinner. Tell her to remember that.
I will.
Pitch lets him go.
He kind of rubs his white jacket down with where your hands have been, Pitch, and he's like, very well, I will inform the lady of your message. Good day.
We look forward to seeing her.
Tell her I like ham.
He just walks away, kind of looking quite almost sheepish and a bit shaken up by the experience.
Yeah.
The strange little man with the puppet-like ham. Just so you know.
Bring me ham. Mr. Moonbeam wants ham.
Move you back to
Oh, fuck.
the town map.
Pitch breathes out. Oh, well, that worked surprisingly well.
Hey, good job,
Well,
fella.
Yeah, good job, Pitch. Now we know who was following us at least.
Yes.
Or that, who's interested in us. At least it wasn't certain somebody else.
Yeah, Pitch looks at the puppet.
Well, we've seen I think we found the orphanage. She looks in its direction.
Yeah, and you can see you can still see from once you move up in the direction that children are still playing in the lit windows and the lit rooms.
Perhaps we should meet the manager.
I'll say the time now is probably about going through town. Probably only took you probably about an hour. So I'm gonna say it's about maybe 11 o'clock.
Yeah, that's cool.
Cool. Still quite early.
Indeed. Right, so you head up to the orphanage and just grab.
No.
I shall move you to the new map.
Ooh.
Lots of new maps today.
Lewis, have you still got the old Kieran token? Anja didn't get to see it before.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Bear with me 1 second.
Plus, I want to see it again anyway. 'Cause it's great.
It's either huge, this map,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's a very big map, yeah. It's different floors.
There's about 20 floors. Very cool. Biggest
Welcome
orphanage.
to Skyscraper Orphanage.
Sorry, I had to get
You
it.
don't adopt them, we just throw them off the top.
I had to get it the appropriate size for the grid. It was annoying.
Yeah.
And then drag
Wish-
it down.
We got
God.
fat children, we got small children, we got.
Got
Come
children
on
with
down
one
to
arm.
Osdred's Tiny Takes, where we can show you out.
Oh no! Oh no! It's the same orphanage.
What?
We're going to have some horrible chase scene from children, aren't we?
Let's just say the orphanage is based on the one that was built in Waterdeep.
Oh,
Hey,
it's the same map.
This one is specifically art designed for this location, so
Yeah, I stole it.
yeah. You stole it, you bastard.
Fine, just say it's a franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grab Irina.
Tikes and
Israel.
pikes.
Come on, Ismark, get out. There you go.
Get it out.
Alright. Just. Ooh.
Can we see Old Man Kieran?
Yeah, 1 second. Oh,
God.
man. Kieran.
It's just old man Kieran.
Have him as one of the kids. He's just a really weird looking kid.
One day I'll be adopted!
Like Benjamin Button.
Button.
I haven't got to the point where we've started putting people's pictures onto the tokens yet.
Oh, I can't wait to reach that point of reality breaking.
Oh, I shudder to think what mine will end up as.
Oh, you could have child versions. Like, I don't know.
Oh, God.
I
Oh,
can't-
that'd be so
Creepy
weird.
though.
That'd be
They're
so
all
creepy.
pictures, Stefan.
Yeah.
I'd rather just supply you with photos of myself as a child than you do some weird magical sorcery on it to make
Oh.
me
Okay,
look like
that's,
a child.
that's old man
There you
Kieran
go.
for you, Anja.
Hey.
Where?
I
Richie,
should
right?
just say that
If you look at the bottom part of the map, you should be able to see where Nigel sees.
Oh yeah.
you should have
Hang
just
on.
made the orphanage
Zoom in.
but every child is a different picture of Stefan when he was a child.
That's one way to fuck with me.
There you go.
I can see it.
Right.
I can see the resemblance.
Quickly
Cool.
grab
Shots for mandibles.
my thing. Alright. So, are you approaching the front door?
How do we want to do this? Again, I can go in as an animal and try and find the bones myself while you talk to him, if you like.
Well,
Will the bones have any scent if they've been long dead?
I wasn't talking about scent. I was just going to have a look with my eyes.
Oh.
I would worry a little bit about what animal you might be. Adults would litter a rat scurry past, but a child might take chase.
A cat
That
might
is
be
true.
right.
Oh,
How many,
cats attract attention like you wouldn't believe, Osdred.
What
how many
kind of
floors
adult?
is this?
Sorry.
No, sorry, Annie.
I was just going to say, what kind of adult would just let a rat scurry around an orphanage, Tom?
In a shithole like this,
Yeah,
most of them.
medieval places.
Sorry, Stefan, go on.
I was going to say, Lewis, how many floors is this building?
It's got 2, but there's also like a. There's technically 2, but there's also like an extended attic on top as well, so it's quite a high.
Sure.
It is quite a tall building.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like quite a lot to search through.
True.
Plus, you're more
Could
likely
be
to
a
get
while.
caught.
That is true. Perhaps we'll just see if he has them first.
See what he says, and then we'll decide.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do some sort of ploy where we're planning to adopt a child.
This is an odd
I-
family.
I think we'll be alright, yeah.
Fucking Kieran.
Well, if Neville, he's human, and Helen, she's also human. Maybe even Bismarck, and you could pretend to be together with your sister.
I'm not
Why
feeling like
wouldn't you just
performing.
do it, Ismark and Helen, Neville and Irina, so there's no siblings?
It is,
we don't-
Oh, God.
his mom kind of looks so confused, like, I do not know if I like this plan. Irina's
I'm
like,
sure-
definitely not.
I'm sure they won't make you prove it, so
Why do we not just ask at the door?
because they might be more becoming with us if they think we're taking a child off their hands.
Could we not just tell them we're looking for the bones?
It's more if he doesn't want to give them up, Irina. He could run and hide them, or just, destroy them if he's not fond of them. I don't know.
Maybe we don't know anything about this man.
No,
We
Exactly.
still don't know why he's taken them.
Exactly.
Someone who steals a relic from a church isn't exactly the best.
You're
You're not
right.
stealing it for good reason.
maybe he just. Wait, did he commission the kid to get it, or?
That's what he told. He said he paid.
Yeah.
He paid them to get the bones. Yeah.
Maybe it's worth doing a similar plan than we did before. And she looks at Pitch with that guy that we just talked to.
You want me to be invisible again?
More just be prepared to stop him running.
Pitch, not to be offensive, but the children, human children usually react to your...
I
True.
thought the same. I'm happy to stay outside.
I think we should go with my plan.
I go
Well,
in.
as I said, Irina and Ismark, I don't think they're going to be too happy, so it's not an awful plan, Irina, if you were happy to be my wife, as he does it all.
Why do we not just ask at the door first?
She looks very uncomfortable.
My dear, these are going to be some suspicious types.
Let's
If
just
they
ask for
can-
the man anyway.
They can't be that bad if they're running an orphanage.
My dear, that is exactly why you should be suspicious. It's the perfect cover for people just like yourself.
I suppose.
How is your theatrics, my dear?
I'm not much of a performer.
All right, then you'll play the mute, and you leave it all to me, yeah?
If that's what you want to do, I suppose.
Ismark kind of looks down and he kind of cringes a little bit and just kind of sighs.
Don't worry, Ismark. I won't be doing anything she's not comfortable with.
I do not know if this is the best plan, but
It's
you're the expert, so if you think this will find these bones to help keep Irina safe, then I will do what is necessary.
Well, one thing I do know is a bunch of adults hanging around outside of an orphanage. Is not good.
yeah.
Quite.
I
Farrah,
want to go in too with Irina, please.
okay.
No, I think, as you said, it would be best if the rest of you stays out here discreet-like.
But
Maybe
I'm
if one...
looking for something.
What's that?
Can't tell you.
Okay.
He could be a bodyguard.
It's true. People
I
like myself have been known to hire strong folk.
Simpleton adopted son already.
No, let's keep it bodyguard.
Okay.
Just Farrah just looks at everyone. Ugh, I'm not sure about this plan either, but if you all seem to agree, I may go in and just scout, I guess.
I think the problem is that if we knock on the door first, all other plans go out the window. We can't knock on the door, ask when they say, nope, no bones here, and close the door. We can't then turn up and again like, hello, we're looking to adopt a child.
Yeah. So,
I will, of course, go in with the Moonbeam puppet.
Do you think the kids will react to someone like yourself?
Oh yes, that's a good point, Mr. Daggersen. Maybe you should borrow him.
Oh no, I've never been one for free. Not like yourself.
can Farrah just go quickly look for like back doors and stuff?
If you want, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say, just for the sake of it, that you move around. Eventually move around to here.
It's massive.
And you can see that there's like a gated sort of outside area.
Yeah. Okay.
There seems to be two girls kind of standing there. They don't seem to have noticed you yet.
Mm-hmm.
But they're like filling up. They seem to be like filling up buckets of water and kind of pulling from the well and pouring it into these sort of basins.
If I sneak like around here to there, can I like peek and see if there's any like ground dug up just in this kind of area where I can see?
Do a perception check for me. 17. You can't. No, you don't see any ground dug up at all. No.
Okay. But it's just a gated back sort of area.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Windows. Yep. Seems to be a gardenish type area that's gated off at the back.
Any other exits that they may use?
There was one exit in the garden area, but I couldn't see much more than that. There was some girls there.
Pitch. How long does your invisible trick last?
1 hour.
Oh, there should be plenty of time. You feel like maybe just hanging about there and, if need be, doing the same thing as before?
Yes, I will stay. Maybe.
Fuck, we've been spotted!
Maybe I will walk the perimeter.
All this time you hanging around outside,
Yeah.
this woman opens the door and she's like, "Can I help? Can I help you?"
King for what's his face?
Yes, my dear. We were recommended to come here looking for Henrik, was he?
My husband.
Yes.
I'm afraid you've come at a bad time. I'm afraid he is quite ill.
That's very unfortunate.
Why were you recommended him exactly?
Well, wouldn't you know I'm a healer?
That was an amazing sneeze. Holy shit.
Sorry,
Yeah.
as you were.
Sorry, what were you saying, Kieran?
He said, "Oh well, don't you know I'm a healer?"
Oh, really? If you're a healer, then she kind of looks at your odd group and she's like, "You are a strange-looking bunch, but I will not deny any of those who can attempt to heal him. Please, he has fallen sick within the last day. He's very, very ill. I do fear the worst." She kind of calls you in.
As Osdred passes, Neville would have given him a nudge with his elbow and a wink. It's like, good luck, mate.
Osdred turns back and he's like, "Well, actually, we're also my friends," and he just does his hand in a general direction. They're actually looking to adopt a child as well.
Neville's
God.
Do a deception check with disadvantage because you're exhausted.
He's not deceiving them. They want to adopt a child.
No.
Yeah, that's true. Osdred believes. He genuinely believes.
Yes.
I love that he's handed the perfect excuse to get in.
Yep.
But
Yep.
also.
Yeah.
I have to say, it does not seem like you're quite a usual family. I'm afraid you look like strangers to Valaki. I'm afraid we're looking for people who are to house them within the town, if possible.
Oh, well, guess your husband's... Well, okay. You're going to be racist about it. And he just walks away.
She says, I did not mean like that at all. I just mean you are strangers to this village and do understand that these children mean a lot to me, and I do not wish to see them go to people I do not trust or do not know or unfamiliar with. So, I'm
No,
sure...
Osdred, you've got it all wrong. We were just thinking about it. We weren't seriously considering it. It was just a thought, just an idea. Don't worry about it.
Oh, well, we had a child join our troop a few years ago. His name was Brad Chadwick, so we can handle children. But I understand.
She nods and says, perhaps once if you manage to heal Henrik, we can discuss the possibility. But it is most unusual, I suppose. But
Actually, my friend over there, he's inheriting a lordship, and he doesn't have any offspring of his own. So
I see. Well,
we can talk about it later.
Exactly. Yes, I agree. Perhaps it's something we can discuss. Do come in.
Don't forget to take your assistant with you. And Pitch nudges Helen forward.
Oh yes.
Good idea.
Nigel heal?
Oh no!
Henrik's dead.
What have I
Oh,
done? She leads you in, Osdred. Nice.
With Helen, right?
If Helen's choosing to follow, then definitely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's a nurse.
Yep.
So, what's the problem with him exactly? Has he got gut rot?
He has had a cough for some time. It has gradually gotten worse, but within the last day he has collapsed in exhaustion. He's practically comatose. He's
got COVID.
I don't know what happened. One minute he was standing and had a bit of a headache, and the next he was not well at all. Do come through. Don't mind the children. They will probably stare a little. She walks into the room and she's like, "Children! There are guests here. I expect you to act in the appropriate way."
Osdred gets out Mr. Moonbeam and waves his hand.
Please treat them with respect. And they're like, Yes, Miss Van der Voort. And then she's like, kind of looks around, kind of holding her chin quite high, and is like, good. And then makes her way. Please, come this way. You see, as you enter this room, Osdred, I would say that as you made your way through the hallway, you can see that the entire thing is wood-panelled and dimly lit, and the wooden floors are really old and worn. And the steps of the staircase you saw are sag with age. You can see a pile of children's shoes by the western wall. And as you make into this main living area, you can see it features an old couch, a few mismatched stuffed chairs, chests crammed with toys, and 2 small dining tables surrounded by chairs. You see 3 young girls crowd around a dollhouse in the south of the room. An older boy paces the room with a toddler on each hip as he tries to soothe them. You can see another boy and girl are playing a game of tag as they proceed to chase each other around the furniture. And finally, an older girl sits on the couch and reads aloud to 4 more gathered toddlers. This room is certainly a den of chaos and noise.
Osdred would be like, you haven't had any children go missing recently, have you?
How did you know that?
On our way here from Barovia village, we ran into a child.
We have had 3 children go missing, actually. 3 boys.
It was a boy.
Let me just quickly get their names up, because I cannot remember them off the top of my head.
DM.
Yes.
At the same time, Pitch is going to go invisible again and go and essentially loiter outside this orphanage near
Nothing
the back,
funny like.
near the
Perfectly
back
innocent.
exit.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So I'll place him like here. Like he doesn't want to go near to the girls getting water.
That's fine. Bear with me 1 second. I want to quickly find these names.
He's not a pervert.
Honest. I need to take off a spell slot. Invisibility.
I just realised that Farrah's actually got really good stealth as well.
Yeah, I did wonder.
Is it better than 3?
Yeah. 4.
Oh!
One better.
Good stealth, low intelligence.
Yep.
Their names were Andre, Radu, and Livius.
Hey, Andre.
Well, we didn't really get time to ask his name. He looked at Helen. He's like,
They went missing some time ago, though. A number of weeks. They you believe they ran away. Some strange goings on at the orphanage lately have put everyone on edge.
well, we found a coven of witches who would. Maybe we should go on for our service.
Yes, of course. She leads you to this door.
I'm actually a physical healer, and my assistant here is more of a spiritual healer.
This is good to know. She opens the door and leads you inside. Inside this room, Osdred, you can see that this room stinks of mothballs. The room is covered in a crocheted quilt, and a framed doily hangs on the wall. A sickly old man sleeps fitfully. He is covered in sweat from fever and has blood-mixed bile on his lips. His pallor is yellow-tinged and deathly pale. This is Henrik.
I need my assistant to be in here as well. She's probably looking for children or something.
Helen, you make your way in, I assume, into this room. Yep.
Sorry, I got a bit distracted there.
Helen, do you have any rose quartz that could help this man?
Let me have a look. Helen, I was just in her bag.
I don't believe you do, but
He's trying to make them look professional.
This is
I think
more
I'm
of
off
a
using it all on the
tourmaline
last
job.
patient.
Hmm?
I think she said she must have used it on the last patient.
Oh. I guess Osdred will do a healing.
Yeah. Which one?
No, I mean he'll do a medicine.
Do a medicine check. Yeah, feel free to make a medicine check if you'd like.
Yeah.
You can see this man looks like he's got some kind of fever. He looks extremely unwell. He looks like he's dying.
Well, could you have contracted this from anywhere?
We do not know. Like I said, he has been sick with a cough for quite some time. He was getting quite night sweats and feeling quite unwell, but this has happened in the last day. It has rapidly decreased.
Do you ever mention anything about bones? Do you?
She shakes her head. Not what I recall, no.
Because can I do a religion check?
Yeah, what are you?
He wants to see if by taking the bone somehow he's cursed himself.
Do a religion check for me. No idea, mate. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think definitely cursed, or could be for something really bad. Who knows? Bones are bad, so must be bad.
He might have, brothels these days. They have all sorts of illnesses. I assume he didn't go to any of them.
No, we have no brothels in Anarchy. I'm not sure what that is.
Just don't worry.
Please, is there anything you can do for him?
I can sustain him for a bit longer, but I'm not sure what else I can do. And he's just going to cast Cure Wounds at level 2 on him.
Okay. I would say you try and cast it, and you feel like the energy going in, but like nothing happens.
He looks at Helen. He's like, "This is most peculiar."
Can you do?
Most, yeah.
Actually, no. You already did a medicine check. No, never mind.
Well, give him a cup of hot lemon. It'll be fine in a few days.
Do a deception check for me. With disadvantage. That medicine check should have also done the religion, but it doesn't matter. Like,
I thought Helen was helping.
Yeah, that's well done. 16. Okay, let me just. Okay, yeah. She kind of looks. She doesn't completely believe you, but she's like, I hope you're right. But it seems awfully bad for just a cup of lemon to work. I have tried some other home remedies, but nothing has been successful.
I do have some other theories. Your husband here was involved in the acquisition of some bones from the church.
What? Bones from the church?
Yes. Well, I don't know.
My husband's a good man. He would never do such a thing.
That's what we were told.
I'm sorry that this is. Why would he steal bones from the church? I'm confused. I do not understand.
Can you do an insight?
Yeah, if you want to do an insight check, yeah. 15. Okay. She actually seems like she's telling completely the truth. She doesn't seem like she's lying. She seems like she's being very, and with that amount of difference, you feel like she's being very forthright about her husband. She genuinely believes that he's a good person.
Well, I was thinking if they took the bones from the church, maybe he's cursed himself or something. And
Oh.
that's why I couldn't heal him.
Oh, maybe that would explain what's been going on in the orphanage. Do you think... When did he he would never have done this, but when is this supposed to have happened?
Oh, recently.
The strange goings-on have been happening for months. Maybe they are related. His illness did start taking place about 2 months ago. His cough. Maybe they're related.
Yes, maybe. Maybe we could see if these bones are here, and cursing the orphanage.
Perhaps. Let's head to my office and we can discuss further. She sort of leads you out this way, Osdred. She leads you back through this area. And then opens this door here. Oh wait, no, wrong one. My bad. Should we close that? She leads you down to this one. And she pulls out a key from her sort of dress and then reaches in and unlocks it. Do come in. Right, meanwhile, we'll quickly cut to what everyone else is talking about so I can actually have a read of what's going on. Bear with me.
Nothing exciting.
Cover the back exit. She also cover any snags that might occur. Right. Mini powertrons. What's the sneakiest animal form of a spider? Yeah, that's a bit nice.
Just
Okay.
some chatter.
Yep. Pitch, I will say.
Yep.
Whilst this is happening.
Yep.
You are invisible, correct?
I am.
Okay. You can see, Pitch, that this backyard, you can see surrounded by a wooden fence, the single gate on the west side. You see a trio of outhouses stand on one side of the yard and a well on the other. 3 large wash basins are pushed up against the building, and one which is filled with water. The girls here are, you can see they're doing laundry now. They are sort of hanging out, and you can hear them sort of chatting amongst themselves, or you probably have to get closer to listen in if you wanted to.
No.
No?
No, that's not.
Okay.
No, his mission is to look out for anybody doing a runner or trying to escape or whatever happens.
Okay. Bear with me.
Any hint?
Just reading something. Right, she leads you in then, Osdred, and Helen. She sort of closes the door behind her. And she says, please sit down. If you say what is true, though I do not believe that Henrik would ever do such a thing, perhaps it would explain the strange goings-ons at the orphanage in the last few months. As you go into this room, Osdred, you can see that. You can see that on the way in there was a plaque leading into the room that bears that reads Headmistress Claudia van der Voort. And inside you can see it appears to be a relatively modest office space featuring a desk set in front of an old aged fireplace. The bookshelves lining the north wall appear to contain mostly official documents and volumes from what you can see just by looking over. She kind of looks around and kind of sighs, and she's like, about 2 months ago, we a number of strange goings on have happened within the orphanage. The children it started with bad dreams, nightmares, night terrors. Many of the children, and they're still to this day, are waking up screaming.
Well, incidentally, I had one last night, and my assistant here imbibed with me. Well, not with me, but I drank too.
I see. Well, we have tried our best to comfort the children, or I try and tell them to focus on their work and the chores that are needed around the house, but...
Of course.
Since then, we've had a number of, like I said, the missing boys. I actually got their names wrong. It's because I couldn't find the fucking information, but now I have found it. They were called Laszlo, Hans, and Franz.
Laszlo sounds familiar.
There
yeah.
was one called Laszlo's Meats in town, but you can assume it's probably not the same.
So I assume your husband's coffin shop closed when he became ill.
He closed it within the last few days, last 2 days properly. He became too ill to work, and he's been too ill to take on as many jobs for some time now. The orphanage is struggling a lot. He was trying to do his best to earn as much money as he could to support the children, but I have to say we are struggling to feed them some days. Beyond that, though, a boy also recently died after falling from one of the top windows.
Was that particularly strange, or was he playing too close to the edge and just dropped out?
It was not strange otherwise, but I assume it was an accident, but I thought to mention if we're cursed, then something so horrible could happen. The children also have had strange injuries all over them. Bruising. Unexplained injuries.
Well, this is rather strange.
I have to say, I had no plan on revealing this to anyone, but I did suspect foul play with all this, and the mention of a curse has maybe made a little bit more sense in my mind.
Is there any way your husband could have kept the bones?
I have no idea.
Yeah, well, you don't happen to have a key to the old coffin shop, do you? We could take a look, see if it's in there.
I'm sure I can do a persuasion check for me, Osdred, with disadvantage.
No.
With she kind of shakes her head and she's like, I appreciate your healing and coming here and doing what you can for Henrik, but I would not feel comfortable just giving his key to a stranger. I'm sorry.
So you'd rather this curse, stay around and more incidents happen at the orphanage?
She kind of looks down. Do another persuasion check, this time with just without disadvantage. She kind of nods. Perhaps you are right. She kind of looks around and she's looking uncertain. But I assure you, you can ask the children themselves. Henrik I shouldn't say was. Henrik is a beloved husband, and he is so good to these children. The children, in fact, refer to me as Mrs. Witch.
Well, you never know. Maybe the curse happened, and then he stole the bones because he thought it might cure it. Good people do bad things for good reasons sometimes, and, well, I don't know.
She nods and she says, "Very well. She reaches into the drawer and she pulls out a key and hands it to you, the coffin shop. And as she reaches into the drawer as well, she... Sorry, I'm just trying to find my fucking notes. Where are they? She also pulls from another drawer. She pulls a locket, a rusted tin locket in the shape of a circle that has an X like scratched into the lid. It hangs on like an old tin chain.
Okay.
And the inside has an inscription engraved. Do either of you speak Celestial?
Osdred speaks Common. No.
Nope.
Okay. Then yeah, you don't know what it says. It says, "I also found this on... We found it on the body of the boy that died. His... Looks like... His name is Cedric. Cedric, we... You mentioned curses, and I've had a bad feeling about this locket. I don't know why."
Osdred just takes it. He's like, "I'm sure we can dispose of it, or I can keep hold of it."
Very well. Feel free to... If you think it will help dispel whatever is happening here, then feel free to investigate the coffin shop. You have my permission.
Thank you. Well, well, Helen. I guess there's no bones in that desk, are there?
She kind of gives you a sort of... She kind of... With that comment, you can see like a little crack in her kind of thing. You can tell this woman is quite stressed.
Yeah.
Everything that's going on. She says, No. No, there's
Okay.
not.
Well, we'll try and take care of this for you.
I appreciate it. Please return soon if there's anything you find that can help Henrik.
Of course.
I love him dearly, and I do not wish to see this curse you speak of take him.
We'll be back as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And she shows you out.
You wave back at her.
Yeah, but she shuts the door behind.
Farrah tent is slightly less tense now. You came back out, Osdred. And Helen, did you find anything?
Where are the bones?
What?
Everyone spoke at once and I couldn't hear.
Both asked the same
What did
thing.
you say, Hannah?
I just said, where did you find any bones?
Well, we found an old man who was dying. I think he's probably been cursed, maybe by taking the bones. She gave us the key. He holds up the key to the coffin shop, so it doesn't have to look like we break in.
Oh, that's good, I suppose.
She seemed honest. She had no idea where the bones were.
Right. Did anything look... you say he was a dying man?
Yes, I tried to heal him, but it felt like Dumafoy and couldn't get through. Like, So I assumed it's some sort of curse, maybe from taking the bones, or maybe he took the bones to resolve the curse. I don't know.
Perhaps. Did you assume he could not answer you?
No, he was comatose.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Suppose it's worth checking out this coffin shop then.
yeah. Yeah, well, we have the key now. That'll be definitely useful.
She said there was weird goings on in the orphanage, so...
Oh, well, you could tell us about those on the way, perhaps. Let's just go quickly grab Pitch.
And Irene's like,
Yes, I was going to say I didn't want to leave Pitch behind.
Those guys are taking ages.
Yeah, this is just like
The sun
wave
goes
it.
down.
Where did we park our pitch?
She assumes he's around here, but I assume he's invisible as well, so
he is, yeah.
she's just waving at nothing. And yeah,
I think
points in the direction.
after some time, Pitch, you probably would come and check and maybe see Farrah trying to wave at nothing. It's like, hello, tree. So, rejoining the party.
Pitch pokes Nigel in the back, still invisible.
Neville, you not poke me.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. At least ask first.
Well, ask if I can poke you.
Yeah.
Can I poke you?
No. So rude.
Oh, I love Nigel.
Pitch hugs Nigel while still invisible. And then
I'm gonna get
reveals
told off
himself.
for that because my mother is on the other side of the wall and she's gonna wonder why I just suddenly screamed.
And Pitch reveals himself.
But he's invisible. Nigel's not gonna be able to see it.
Pitch stops being invisible while still fully clothed but hugging Nigel because he's having a nice moment with him.
Oh, he's bitch, and he gives him like a big squeeze.
There we go. Everything work out okay?
We got a key.
For
No bones though.
The coffin shop.
Oh, excellent. No bones. Okay.
There's apparently some sort of curse going on.
Oh,
A curse.
Well, that's what I think anyway.
I mean, we have those spell scrolls that we got before we started.
Oh shit, I should have used one
Yeah.
of them.
Speaking of those as well.
Right, that's it. Osdred's going to walk back up to the house.
Just double check something. Hold on.
And he's dead. If only you'd used it 5
Yeah.
seconds earlier.
Oh man.
Actually, no, he'll go up to this window. And he'll tap on the window, see.
She's not in there, but if you knock at the door, she will come
Yeah.
back and reopen the door.
Just post the scroll through the letterbox and assume they know what they're doing.
Yes, Mr. Osdred.
Yes, me and my assistant here, we forgot something we could try in our repertoire on your husband.
Very well, come back through. She'll lead you back in.
You know how the mind is. Sometimes it just slips your mind, you know.
She kind of gives you a confused look.
Can you use a scroll of remove cast?
Just double check if you're able to use it. Cleric, 3rd level. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so you pull the scroll and begin speaking the arcane words, and it has no effect, which worries you, Osdred. I think with that, roll a Arcana check, or roll an Arcana check for me. I'll just say roll a straight one because technically you're exhausted. So roll
7.
7. Yeah, even with that. In fact, no, I will say with advantage because, or you can use an inspiration point if you'd like.
Don't have one.
You don't have one. Oh, you got one earlier for the scene with Helen.
I'll use inspiration then.
Yeah. Didn't matter anyway because you rolled a
2.
2.
Oh, you said with advantage. And I rolled 16.
Yeah. Okay. With that, then, you get the impression that whatever's happening to this it seems like a powerful magical ability that seems maybe similar to something like a bestow curse spell, but it seems like beyond that almost. It seems like it needs it would need more powerful magic than a remove curse spell. You think that perhaps it would need something like a greater restoration spell?
Oh shit.
Guys, when you come out, communicate this to the group. Just saying.
It's as I suspected. Your husband has been cursed, and it is a powerful curse.
She kind of looks down and she's like, "It is nice to have the confirmation, but it is no more comforting to me whatsoever."
Well, did he have any enemies?
Not at all, no. Like I said,
Yes,
he's a good man.
Did he ever cross the devil?
Not at all. We've kept our heads down. We just try and look after the children. He just works at the shop to earn as much money as he can to support the children. It is... who would bestow a curse on my husband? I do not know.
Well, we'll try and find out.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate all your efforts. Please, I would like a moment alone with him after learning this.
Yes. Come on, assistant.
Show yourselves out. Okay, I assume you're just going to leave.
He's going to walk past and he's like, "What's up, kids?"
They kind of look at you like they're really like looking at you like intently, Osdred, like shocked at your appearance, being especially like a lot of them have got this kid's expression basically.
Yeah. Stops at the door and he just looks around at all of them. He's like, "Yeah, we don't eat rocks," and then leaves.
So, I assume Osdred comes back and communicates all that information to everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. What?
I can...
Go on.
Sorry,
Nigel.
go on.
No, go on.
I can detect magic and tell you what kind of magic. Or is that not even any use?
It's a good idea. It's a very good idea.
Yeah, it's a good idea. And well remembered.
Ostred's just like, "Oh, let's go back in, man."
Knock, knock, knock. Hello.
I won't make you move back and forth. Do you plan on... I would say if Nigel goes back in, he would get a lot of looks from the kids. And they'd be like, "Whoa." Like looking down. And I imagine like Nigel...
I want to ride the big man!
And eventually you go back in and explain to the woman who's getting a bit pissed off at you now. Going in and out. However, she will allow it, and casting Detect Magic, Nigel, reveals traces of necromancy magic.
Oh, okie doke. So
as if from a spell like Bestow Curse.
It says using Constitution as your spellcasting ability. So, do I need to roll a thingy?
Oh, I don't. No, you don't. No.
No. Okay.
No.
Their constitution's great, so.
Yeah, but that's what you get from the detect magic. That's necromantic magic.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's slightly different, Anja, because for some reason, your character sheet page hasn't updated. The new one is it's basically the same thing, but it takes out you're not actually casting a spell. It just says, as an action, you can open your awareness to the presence of magic. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any spell or magic item within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover. When you sense a spell, you learn which school of magic it belongs to.
Ooh, this is interesting. It's a great point. Thank you for reading that for me again, Tom.
Okay.
Because if Osdred, would you have shown everyone the locket?
Oh yeah, he would have.
Then in that case, would also get a like a ping off of that, Nigel.
Yeah.
You would also get a ping of an aura of necromancy, but it is faint from this locket.
Okay. He would communicate that to whoever he was with.
And in fact, 30 feet.
60 feet.
60 feet. Okay, it was 60 feet. You get kind of like little pings coming from like upstairs, but like in the, like all around the house. These like little pings, but they're really faint.
Oh god.
Okay. All of necromancy magic.
Of that one, actually for that one, they would be. They would not be they would not be necromantic exactly. They'd be a combination of. Let me just quickly check something.
Sorry, making this
No,
more.
it's fine. It would be.
It's good play.
There would be a mixture of necromantic and also abjuration.
Ooh,
Very
okay.
different.
Yeah, so a bit confused because magic everywhere here, and it bad magic.
Yeah, she did say that kids have been having accidents and that kind of thing.
Are they coming from items, Nigel? Or just
You wouldn't be able to tell,
general?
Nigel, from here.
No.
The only one is the locket, 100%.
Yeah, some from locket, but not know what else it's coming from.
I better defend the locket. Dumafoin will help me.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say I know much about necromancy.
It's pretty evil.
Well, looks like you got a real old mystery on your hands, guys.
Tune in next week.
Meddling kids.
With that, we'll end the session.
Awesome.
Yeah. With the mystery of necromancy magic.
Tune in next time for incompetent Dr. Osdred and his
I love, Kieran, how you play Osdred, where it's like, when he gets a check wrong, and he's like, it is definitely this. So, it's really well role-played, and really, it's, I don't know, it just makes me happy and laugh. Because it's like you could be communicating completely incorrect information to everyone else.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, yeah, that sounds right, Osdred. It's really funny. I hope you all enjoyed the session.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's good. Like it.
Yeah, 100%. You didn't get as far as anywhere near as far as I planned, but I did way too much planning.
I did a lot of roleplay though, to be fair.
Yeah, it was a nice roleplay session actually. So what?
That's a very good use of your ability, Anja.
Yeah, that was smart.
I was wondering if you'd ever remember, to be honest.
You should have reminded me.
No, because I can't remember my own stuff.
That is true.
Yeah, asking Hannah to remember something is like asking Tom to recall a bit of information from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I saw that you gave Nigel some spells, Anja.
Yep. I'm excited for
Yeah.
that.
Looking forward to those.
I am imagining that he will not know that he can do these spells, and so will
I
just
love that.
accidentally do it.
What, is there a, barbarian wizard?
It's a feat,
Yeah.
Kieran, to gain the spells. I can't remember what it's called, the feat, but also he's the wild magic barbarian as well. So
It's the
yeah,
It's the is it? I can't remember what it's called. Magic Initiate or something.
Yeah,
that's it.
magic initiate.
Yeah.
Sorcerer.
So
Yeah.
awesome, love it.
So
Such a
now I
great
can-
idea.
Now I
I think it
can.
works for Nigel anyway.
And get to
Gonna
live out
get
your
my
dream of being a
revenge.
barbarian and a magic user at the same time, Anja.
Yeah. I was missing it, and I'm glad I'm back.
There was some interesting stuff in that session. I did not expect you guys to handle Ernst the way you did. You got some interesting information out of that.
Yeah.
The guy following us.
Well, the fact,
Oh,
yeah,
that guy.
yeah, the fact that Lady I keep saying Wactor, but I think it's Vactor, is already spying on you.
Yeah.
What? I hardly know her. Sorry.
Yeah. If you guys have any
Yeah.
like questions or
Thank
anything in
you.
between next session and now, then please let me know or anything.
Sure.
How much planning do you have built up for next week now?
It's so fucking much. I
Yeah.
expected you to get like completely through the orphanage, so yeah, you guys didn't even touch the orphanage really. There's still a lot going on here, so
Going.
I don't know, because of magic ping.
Yeah.
that was.
But what are we gonna do about that though? Like, are we gonna go
It's up to you.
get
Burn
the
it down.
bones and then come back and be like, oh, there's necromancy magic, and then don't know what to do about it?
Yeah, if the bones are out the coffin shot, they might not be.
Yeah.
Also, I'd forgotten, but Nigel, when he detects magic, he starts glowing. So that would have been interesting.
I like the idea of Nigel, if you'll allow me to, that his tattoos would start glowing.
Ooh.
Oh.
Well, they're not technically tattoos; they're like birthmarks, but on the
I love
Goliath.
it.
but
Yeah. Nice.
You'd all see Nigel's black birthmarks light up on his face.
Necromancy
So-
isn't always evil either.
I was gonna say it's a bit of a weird.
Revivify is necromantic.
I think I'm thinking of the historical folklore of necromancy as like bringing
Yeah.
people back from the dead. You know. Well, actually, yeah, but
I mean, yeah, that is what Revivify is.
yeah, yes, Tom, yes.
I mean, it is traditionally.
You know
Still.
what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Like,
Got a lot of evil to do with it.
she's a witch.
I guess you'll have to find out.
Find out next week.
Or not.
Oh no.
God, my panic then is I completely forgot you guys had the Room of Curse scrolls, and I was like, if I know I needs a 5th level Greater Restoration spell or higher to do this, and I was like, is Remove Curse higher than 5th level? I was like, oh no, thank God it's only 3rd level. We're all good.
I did wonder.
Like bypass half the shit I planned. Yeah, anyway, I'm gonna go eat food now, so thank you everyone. That was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Thanks all.
That was
Well
good.
done.
Bye.
Excellent role playing all around.
I'm looking forward to the power hour tomorrow.
God, me too. I still think my
Bye.
favorite moment from this session was fucking Helen's exactly.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
incredible.
I like the
Walked
bit
right
in
into that one.
Ostred's dream. That was creepy.
That
That was
one.
awesome.
Little hints there. Pitch and Osdred are both seeing the same thing in their dream. Or similar
Don't know what it
things.
is though.
The Void Gina.
Vagina, yeah. Please don't start referring it to as that.
No, gross.
Right, see you all later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.